esperar un par de minutos más, hay 10, empezamos, ¿sí?
Vale. Tú déjalo así en marcha.
Good morning. Hi, good morning. Good morning. Please, we will start. Take a seat. Come on. Take a seat. Good morning. Please take a seat. We will start. We just give 12 minutes courtesy, so enough even for us. Okay. So we will have a lot of time in the coffees and networks to go to the PAIs, ask them anything you want, take a picture or whatever. So let's start with the event. First of all, thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure to have you here in the Épica Foundation. I know some of you came from far away. Good morning. So I give the floor to Chiara, our coordinator, that will present us the project and the 2 days.
Thank you, Fran. Thank you. So good morning, everybody. I'm going to give you a very brief presentation of the project, but mainly of the inspiration of the project rather than the activities themselves that you know quite well now. So, welcome to the first demo day of participatory art for citizen engagement with ocean and water. We call it PartArt. It's a great joy indeed to meet you all in person at last, and I mean to experience your activities that has been carried out for 6 months with courage, with imagination, and sometimes also going through some issues and troubles, and so we are really looking forward to hear your presentation and to see what you have done and what you aim to do for the future as well. So we are living in turbulent times in which the blue dimension of our planet has returned to the center of the global attention, but not only as a matter of care, as we would like. The ocean has also become a geopolitical arena, a strategic center for competition, control, and extraction. Under the label blue economy, we often see the continuation of models that prioritize growth and resource exploitation over ecological balance and social justice. Deep sea mining, intensified shipping routes, offshore infrastructures, and the militarization of maritime frontiers, imagined frontiers, are frequently presented as the inevitable sign of progress. Yet, this risks reinforcing an instrumental vision of the ocean, treating it as a sort of storehouse of resources or a vast empty surface that can be occupied and managed. At the same time, the sea is still imagined as far from everyday life, and this illusion of distance has long allowed us to externalize environmental cost, to assume that what happened in the ocean does not directly concern us. But the ocean is neither empty nor inexhaustible. Human activities has profoundly altered ocean ecosystem. Unsustainable exploitation of resources, pollution, warming, tropicalization, acidification of the waters, underwater noises. These processes have produced consequences that are sometimes slow, sometimes invisible, but often irreversible. So science has clearly shown that our relationship with the ocean is unsustainable. We all know it quite well. Recognizing that the ocean holds the keys for a sustainable and a fair planet, the United Nations proclaims the Ocean Decades, calling for the science we need for the ocean we want. But science alone is not enough, we think. European institutions have acknowledged that emotional disconnection from aquatic environment limits the effectiveness of every, even the most advanced technological solution. And to address this gap, we need, we think, deeper public engagement. We need ocean literacy. We need knowledge sharing grounded in participation, co-design, co-creation, co-implementation with citizens and local communities. We need to restore not only the ecosystem, but also relationships. Yet, our difficulty is not only political or economic, it's also cultural. About 10 years ago, the Danish-Swedish writer, we can say, Bjørn Larsen, looking at international literature, observed that the ocean often shines by its absence. The ocean has been the great absence, but not only in the literature, also in the geographical research. Geography is the discipline from which PartArt take roots. So more than an object of study, the sea has been often treated as a neutral background, as a sort of stage for human history. Think about it. It's quite always the case. Today, we travel less by sea. Ports have moved away, as we see here, from the city center. They have become vast industrial machines, invisible to the most of us, even though a large part of the global economy passed through them. Sailors, fishers, are no longer romantic figures or adventurers. They are workers whose rhythms resemble those of the factories. Even in the ocean, in the open sea, in the high sea, the communication system, the satellite communication systems, allows keep navigators constantly in contact with land. However, even where the sea is physically present, as today, it still struggles to find a voice that really tells its stories. Turbulence, stillness, vortices, suspension, these dimensions often escape our ability to say the sea. Water slips away. It leaves few traces on maps and even fewer in the geographical narratives through which we describe the world. So our encounter with the sea, with the ocean, is always partial, from the shore, or from a boat, or from the surface, and more rarely from the depth. But in all this way, we only grasp a fragment of a material reality that is immensely more complex. Watery environments are not void, as you know very well. They are dynamic and shifting geographies, shaped by ecological networks, by the interaction of marine life, physical forces, and human activities. And in the ocean, even at the surface, commerce, mobility, conflicts intervene with processes unfolding in non-human times and spaces. So what coexist and circulate? And this coexistence challenge one of the things that we look for most intensively, which is certainty. What we cannot represent, we cannot grasp, we tend not to recognize, and what we do not recognize become unthinkable and therefore unknowable. Without knowledge, there can be no care, we think. Knowledge, scientific or experiential, is a necessary condition for building a meaningful relationship with the ocean. And here is where PartArt comes in. What we are trying to do together is to rebuild an understanding of the ocean and waters that generate both scientific knowledge and a sense of emotional connection. So drawing on the experience of the Participatory Art initiative we are presenting today, we are trying to explore the creative, participatory, and action-oriented strategies. So co-creative processes, participatory art, transdisciplinary collaboration, transformative knowledge. We believe that social and natural research can strengthen emotional attachment to the sea, nurture empathy, and open new imaginaries. We are here to discover how the sea and the water of our planets are material, excessive, overwhelming, and how they are at once collectively and deeply individual in experiences. So engaging with them requires conscious choices and the willingness to accept the consequences of these choices. This positioning help us to de-romanticize the sea as a simple evocative space, as in pictures without any personal commitments. Instead, we try to restore our authentic and lived connection with the sea, complex, sometimes uncomfortable, and always transformative, we think. Only in this sense, we repute that the sea can become, to borrow the expression of the navigator François Gabat, our usine à rêve, our laboratory of dreams, generating imagination, relationship, creation, shared experience. So the ocean is not elsewhere this way. It's not a distant horizon. It's not a blank space on a map. It's part of who we are. And starting from here, we are really happy to welcome again at Épica and to start this journey together. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chiara. Thank you, Chiara. Well, we are for that. I will do a short resume before introducing Eduardo, that you are the first. we have our neighbor here that it's changing due to us, so we need to take part of that and try to at least stop it or try to recover. So, Eduardo and the team, yeah, they will explain you. They will explain you the first PAI done in Italy. I think you have to change, right? Yeah. Marina, cambiamos, eh?
Hello,
Our Italian colleagues will do the presentation in Spanish, but we have you will have subtitles there, okay? Italians and Spanish, we are not, well, we do our best. Come on, it's okay. See? Well, you will get a t-shirt, okay? Okay. Official part of the thing. Let me. Okay, today also I want to share with you, I think we are all here in the same wave, trying to do the same thing, so I hope this will be an open day for you all to really be part of that. So please, don't worry if you want to say something, just let us know, contribute, we are all in the same thing. ¿Qué? Póntela, venga, ta, 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 ahí está. No, don't go out of play. I mean, we have to record this moment. I will take this shirt out here. Okay, not bad. Let's can be better, but not bad. Okay, Eduardo, thank you.
Thank you, everybody, to being here. I'm the first one. So thanks. Switch to Spanish because I manage better than English. But then I can talk with you in English if you want. Maybe I don't understand everything, but okay. Entonces, esto es un proyecto, como sabéis. ¿Funciona la traducción o no? Es que también hablo mal español, entonces no funciona la traducción. Sí. A ver. Sí. Pues me tiene que resonar. Perfecto. Entonces, es un tour de esto que estamos haciendo. Is a virtual tour through the place where the process unfolds. ¿Por qué? ¿Me reconoce la voz o no? Espera, estas son pruebas del directo. Sí, hola, funciona. Funciona, no funciona. Sí. A ver si reconoce el español. Hola. Funciona. Ayer funcionaba, lo prometo. No, un tema de... Sí, hola. Si no... Sí. Oh. Sí, la voz la reconoce, parece. El volumen está interesante. Sí. No, ahora no está reconociendo. ¿Sí? Perfecto. This is Anna. Bien, entonces, la presentación que veréis hoy es una presentación virtual porque el proyecto está prácticamente realizado, pero no hemos podido meterlo al agua por causas climáticas. O sea, hemos tenido un enero, un febrero lleno de mala mar. Y entonces, para poder meter esta estructura que descubriremos en el curso de esta presentación, necesitamos mínimo de una semana de mar plano, de alta presión, de buen tiempo. Porque es una estructura de 2,5 toneladas y se necesita una grúa, se necesita un equipo profesional de buzos. O sea, es algo que necesitamos una alta presión y no la hemos tenido desde que la estructura está acabada la semana pasada. Y entonces haremos un tour virtual, pero también el tour virtual es parte del proyecto. Aquí Roberto Mezzano, que es la parte de comunicación y de desarrollo web del proyecto, hemos pensado realizar esta escultura no solo fruible, no solo visible desde el agua, sino también visible desde el interior de cualquier lugar del mundo, ¿no? Para dar más inclusión a la estructura y para poderla gozar tanto de la escultura, del arte y de la biodiversidad que se crea alrededor de esta pieza artística, a quien no está al lado del mar o quien no tiene la posibilidad de ir. Imagino que ya vosotras estaréis curiosas de ver la obra en sí. Estáis todas invitadas obviamente a venir a Bogliasco, en Liguria, así, pero no sé si todo podáis. Entonces la parte virtual es lo que podéis ver acá. Y hará parte del proyecto. Tampoco esta la pudimos realizar porque hasta que no tenemos la estructura en el agua no podemos realizar el museo. Pero aquí veréis cómo la estamos haciendo. Entonces, como que creemos que parte del proceso es tan importante cuanto el fin. O sea, es un proyecto participativo, de participación, donde realmente ha sido construido desde el principio a través de la ciudadanía, de los públicos, de la comunidad, de quien han querido involucrarse, de diferentes targets, tanto científicos, adultos, niños, comunidad local. Hemos abordado diferentes puestos, diferentes locales que veréis. Ese proceso es tan importante cuanto la obra en sí. Por eso hemos creído que la restitución pública del tour virtual, que comienza ahora, será algo interesante. Y así contamos la obra. Ya más o menos creo que sabéis qué es el proyecto. El proyecto es de hacer un arrecife artificial artístico creado por la comunidad y que el arrecife artificial es en sí un biotopo, o sea, es un sistema regenerativo de biodiversidad. En el curso del proyecto hemos visto cómo realizarlo y hemos creído porque hemos analizado diferentes partes. Todo ha comenzado en la otra habitación de este espacio, que es nuestro headquarter en Italia. Y entra en la otra. Todo ha comenzado en este cuarto, donde hemos comenzado con la comunidad más interna, más familiar. Hemos unas 30 personas. Abordando el problem statement, o sea, antes de tener una solución tenemos que entender el problema, Ocean Literacy. Entonces, aquí los biólogos Andrea Bonanni y Serena Dazzi, parte del equipo Posidonia, han comenzado a contar los problemas que hemos pensado, problemas marinos que hemos pensado de abordar en este proyecto. Entonces, dejo la palabra a ellos para que cuenten un poco.
Good morning, everybody. So here we discussed about one of the most important and crucial problems that are threatening the Mediterranean Sea, that is, without any lack of evidence, the climate change. So the climate change is very dangerous for the marine ecosystems because of two main causes. The first one is the increasing of temperature, because the increasing of temperature involves in the increasing of the marine level and increasing of the alien species in the Mediterranean Sea. And the alien species are usually is bigger than endemic species of the Mediterranean, and they are usually voracious predators. They are feeding on endemic species of the Mediterranean Sea. And the second causes is the increasing of carbon dioxide, because the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is not only a problem of the terrestrial environment, but it's a problem also the marine environment, because the carbon dioxide in the ocean melts the calcium carbonate, of which the shells of the mollusks are made. So the mollusks without their shells can't defend itself from the predators. So the predators can feed more easily on these animals. And all of these two problems are causing a loss of the biodiversity in a sea. And so that's why we have to do something.
Exacto, entonces de estos problemas hemos comenzado a individuar con un proceso participativo, con varios temas escritos, preguntas, con carteles, con líneas, con diagramas con DEFO, para ver cómo traducir esta problemática marina en conceptos artísticos y qué lenguaje artístico dar a esta temática marina. Y qué soluciones también dar. Obviamente hemos dejado a la gente, y lo hemos hecho tanto en esta parte como en las siguientes 3 que realizamos, el plan libre de decidir concretamente qué hacer. O sea, hemos guiado simplemente en la metodología, pero realmente la participación fue libre de las personas. Y bueno, de aquí ya han salido la primera cosa. Hemos identificado cuál puede ser el punto más crítico para nosotros, cuál puede ser la solución. O sea, al final el punto más crítico somos nosotros mismos. Y la solución es un tema de regeneración, que va muy a mano con lo que pensábamos, pero con lo que pensamos al principio del proyecto, pero no era guiado, en realidad ha nacido así. Y hemos pensado de traducir a nivel lenguaje artístico esta problemática, solución, este topic, con un lenguaje simbólico, porque el abstracto no era comprensible, el lettering, hemos visto varios lenguajes simbólicos. Ahí en la página anterior había un diagrama DEFO donde se ve, ¿no? Aquí se ve lenguaje artístico, y hay entonces simbólico, lettering, biomórfico, abstracto, o sea, y ahí hemos decidido, ¿no? Y al final esta parte es la que tenía más. De aquí hicimos un análisis de factibilidad, porque tenemos que hacer una escultura, meterla al agua, entonces han salido cosas interactivas. Imposible porque necesitamos electricidad, entonces posible porque pero necesitamos más dinero. Han salido cosas de lettering, pero entonces llega simplemente, como estoy haciendo yo ahora, a una parte sin traducción simultánea. Entonces hemos visto que el simbólico ya es algo que funciona bien, es un lenguaje artístico universal. Bye, Club Náutico. Luego de ahí hemos decidido realizar otra cita, otra actividad con la comunidad. ¿Cómo involucrar la comunidad? Hemos pensado que, bueno, Liguria tiene una situación demográfica particular. Básicamente hay viejos y niños. En nuestro pueblo de 4.000 personas hay viejos y niños, y solo nosotros como jóvenes hay poca gente. Entonces, para involucrar a la comunidad realmente hemos tenido que involucrar a los niños para que los viejos pudiesen asistir y participar en el proyecto. Y de ahí han surgido, en verdad, de aquí se ha comenzado el proyecto a activar en la comunidad. Y por ejemplo, la canción que escucháis es una canción que se realizó por el proyecto sobre la Posidonia de un artista, de un músico. Esto que ha hecho, que la encontráis en Spotify, se llama Posidonia AAA. El Douglas es un artista que ha hecho un murales gigante en Bogliasco, y esto es una piñata artística que ahora se está transformando en una piñata que quieren utilizar en Bogliasco en otras situaciones. Y también nosotros realizamos, porque era Halloween, realizamos unas cartas que luego se transformará, esperemos, tenemos un proyecto que está para comenzar, en un juego de cartas para visualizar las especies alienígenas y los monstruos. En verdad que eran especies zombie, especies y monstruos. Los zombies son las especies que, como la Posidonia, que está muriendo a causa de nuestro impacto, y los monstruos son las especies alienígenas que vienen, ¿no? Entonces de esto le queremos dar un punto, así para que los niños puedan jugar aprendiendo. Y es un proyecto que ha nacido una capa superior de lo que tenemos. Bueno, aquí básicamente involucramos la comunidad, involucramos niños, involucramos adultos. Luego comenzamos a profundizar el proyecto, pero no salía la idea concreta, no salía el tema artístico. Teníamos 3 artistas de fama nacional, diría, y solo que no salía esta idea. Bueno, teníamos otros 2 talleres. El primero hospedado en el Blue District. Blue District es un hub de Blue Economy en Génova, inspirado un poco aquí para quien conoce a Barcelona Activa. Es muy abierto, muy interesante. Es difícil que en Italia haya algo tan abierto, tan políticamente neutro, abierta a la comunidad, que acogedor. Entonces realizamos con ellos ahí dos actividades. Uno con chavales, teenagers, de 100 teenagers teníamos, y fue una experiencia increíble. Cuando no solemos trabajar mucho con teenagers, pero hemos trabajado con estos 100 y amigos que trabajan con chavales han dicho 100 personas a la vez haciendo un taller participativo 4 horas, os volveréis locos. ¿Cómo podéis tener, no, como un caballo loco? Y nada, fue increíble. No sé por qué nuestro lenguaje era adapto a ellos, no sé por qué ellos estaban directamente involucrados, o porque el proyecto está moviendo, es un lenguaje que está moviendo más profundo, lo ven como algo particular. Y fue increíble, fue dividido en mesas, trabajamos en la comunicación del proyecto, fue un taller realmente profundo, realmente divertido. Otra vez contamos el problem statement, trabajamos con Mentimeter, o sea, utilizamos dinámica bastante joven para que, ¿no?, sea fruibles. Y bueno, y en verdad hicimos también, gracias a ellos, la estrategia de comunicación, la strategy plan de comunicación. Vimos que en realidad estos chavales, estos teenagers, yo pensaba que eran totalmente digitales, y no, quieren encuentros físicos. Salió muchísimas veces que quieren festivales. Nosotros realizamos un festival, es el Posidonia Green Festival, tanto en Barcelona como en Italia. Y quieren estas cosas, quieren encontrarse, quieren charlar, quieren unirse. Entonces, para mí es muy, muy lindo para el futuro, muy, muy esperanzador. Y fueron súper inclusivos entre ellos, no había machismo, había participación, mucho mejor que nosotros, realmente, a su edad. Bueno, luego fuimos también en esta sala. Esta es una sala inmersiva espectacular, donde pasan, entonces eran también en un ambiente bastante innovador. Y bueno, luego trabajamos tan bien que acabamos 20 minutos antes, y no era previsto hacerlo. Esto, bueno, restituyeron todo, trabajaron en una forma circular. Y tenemos 20 minutos más. Y estos 20 minutos preguntamos a estos niños, algunos del artístico, otros de la parte científica, segundo grado científico, y le preguntamos de dibujar algo. Y comenzaron a dibujar, cada uno con sus cosas. Y de ahí surgió la magia. Porque en verdad, todo el equipo Posidonia y los artistas vieron que había algo que nos encantó a todos, que nos lo desvelo ahora, pues bastante fácil, pero veis ahí, pero bueno, algo que se ha cambiado. Dicho, este es el punto, ¿no? Hicieron varios, también tenemos temas de realización, o sea, un pulpo es muy lindo, pero hacerlo en cemento hay que hacer una estructura armada, es complejo, para el dinero que teníamos, obviamente, todo va balanceado. Y bueno, ahí encontramos en verdad el dibujo. Vaya, al siguiente. Y encontrando el dibujo, paralelamente, esto es un desarrollo temporal no exactamente correcto, porque para los permisos, para caracterizar el fondo, teníamos que bucear. Y entonces teníamos un arqueólogo subacquea que es Valentina Brodasca, teníamos un equipo de la profesora Mónica Montefalcone, partner del proyecto Luminar Absoluta de Regeneración Ecosistémica. Entonces fuimos abajo a caracterizar el fondo, porque la zona donde hemos decidido poner la escultura es una zona ZSC, zona de especial conservación, que significa que tiene fauna y flora especial, particular. Y por esto no nos sirve simplemente, lo metemos ahí, tenemos que caracterizar todo el fondo marino. Y lo hicimos con técnica de protocolos científicos, mientras recogimos basura que hemos encontrado, teníamos equipo buceadores especializados, pero Valentina Brodasca, una arqueóloga con una vista espectacular, arqueólogo subacquea, ha visto 2 o 3 especies, dentro las cuales la Pinna rudis, que no sé para quién es, la Pinna nobilis es un bivalve alto así, mediterráneo, que no se sabe por qué hace 3-4 años desapareció 99,9% del mar. No se sabe, un patógeno, no se sabe, en verdad. Han hecho proyectos contra proyectos y ahí en un lugar bastante urbanizado, como veis, nuestro pueblo esto, la bahía aquí, la ponemos, aquí, y esto. Encontramos esta Pina Reudis pequeña, entonces esperanzador también, pero claro, tenemos que respetar el medio ambiente, entonces hicimos toda una prospección al lado para ver, y este día el mar estaba así, era uno de los mejores días desde noviembre hasta hoy, como visibilidad marina, tanto que fondeamos la cámara 3D, subimos y luego, ¿dónde estaba la cámara? Y pues subimos, bajamos 3-4 veces para encontrar la cámara, con frío, hacía buen tiempo, pero hacía mucho frío. Y aquí le marco al chaval, mira, está acá la cámara, luego no tenía más respiro, tuve que subir, y este que es un buceador profesional, apneísta profesional, la fue a buscar. Y es un fotógrafo involucrado en el proyecto también, patrocinado por Cresi. Y bueno, caracterizamos el fondal y encontramos el sitio. La escultura tiene que estar mínimo a 12 metros de profundidad, porque el drag hidrodinámico a 12 metros de profundidad no es tan potente con la oleada normal, medio, importante en el Mediterráneo. Luego, obvio, que con el cambio climático nos viene una oleada de 15 metros, destruye puerto y se lleva la estatua, es obvio. Pero esto destruye también los puertos construidos hace 50 años. Esperemos que no, en verdad a 12 metros deberíamos estar bastante seguros. También lo comprobamos con el ingeniero que construyó la estatua, que hace arrecife artificial alrededor del mundo. Luego comenzamos a desarrollar, con esta idea de un chaval de 16 años que ha dibujado, comenzamos a desarrollar a nivel 3D la mano, bueno, la obra, la escultura. Y no fue fácil, porque bueno, la obra nació de esto, y cuando vimos esto, que luego se repetí también por una misma actividad que hicimos por adultos en Presal Blue District, comenzamos a escanear las manos, hacer la base, trabajar, transformarla, darle sentido, darle peso, y luego comenzamos a trabajar en el mundo, la pelota regenerativa, o sea, es una pelota de un riff artificial regenerativo, pero simboliza el mundo. Y de ahí hemos hecho también un trabajo adicional. ¿Por qué? Regenerativo, ¿por qué? ¿Cómo? ¿Cuánto? Queremos medir, queremos ser científicos. Entonces no nos sirve simplemente meter una pelota en el agua y diciendo, sí, obvio, cualquier biotopo que están metiendo acá, que Ana, que es una amiga que ha ganado un proyecto, enhorabuena para la próxima edición, me ha dicho que en el Puerto Olímpico han puesto, no sé, 300 vallas, la han puesto en el Mongat, obvio, pero ¿cómo regenera? Nadie sabe. Cualquier cosa tú pones en el mar, vienes agredido a la biodiversidad. Si hay agujeros, se hacen huecos para peces. Pero, ¿qué peces? ¿Cómo? ¿Cuándo? Entonces, Andrea y Serena, nuestros biólogos, han hecho un estudio que cuenta un segundo.
Hello, everyone. Let's talk about the scientific study behind the structure. The project is based on 3 main ecological functions that are shelter, den, and stigmotrophism. Shelter is a safety place characterized by interconnected tunnels with dual openings. This allows marine species to enter in one side and escape from another. This contrasts two external threats that are predation and pressure fishing. The second is den. Den is more enclosed space characterized by blind hand cavities. This is important for reproduction, egg deposition, or parental care. The last one is stigmotrophism. Stigmotrophism, is the tendency of large fish to be attracted by three-dimensional forms present in the sea. So this structure has a strong three-dimensional forms to attract and aggregate large fauna. This project represents a carefully designed scientific study with the planned biodiversity monitoring to evaluate its ecological impact. The goal is not only assist in this specific site, but also to create a standardized model that can be replicated and studied in other locations. And finally, this would allow standardized monitoring for artificial reefs and contributing to marine conservation research and supporting a future for a public, scientific public.
Gracias. Y lo que queremos hacer es hacer una publicación científica monitoreando. De momento estamos monitoreando en poco, en cuanto nos permite también la temperatura y el mar. Monitorearemos el sitio antes de meter el biotopo. Monitoreemos, Fran, ellos lo sabían ya que tenían que monitorear otro lado. Tenemos que monitorear otro sitio también, que es el sitio de control. Luego monitorearemos también cuándo ponemos el biotopo y después monitorearemos también los varios sitios para que el incremento de la biodiversidad no sea casual, sino que sea debido a. Y nuestra hipótesis es que se cree en biodiversidad, pero veremos cuánto, cómo y por qué. Luego hemos comenzado con el diseño ha sido bastante complejo porque la estructura, hemos hecho varias hipótesis de imprimir, de hacer una caja de hormigón armado, luego meterla, varios. Luego por fin hemos encontrado con varios contactos, gracias al Blue District también, otros que imprimen arrecife artificial y hemos comenzado a pensar un arrecife artificial impreso, como lo veremos después. Hemos hecho todo un trabajo, tanto en la mano, en el peso, porque tenemos los medios que tenemos. Tenemos una grúa que lleva 2,5 toneladas, no tenemos la posibilidad económica de montar un pontone, que sería un barco plano con una grúa encima que sale 10.000 euros al día, o sea, no lo tenemos, entonces hemos tenido que encontrar soluciones. La solución es hacer más ligero posible la base y resistente, y le hacemos en acero, toda agujereada. La mano, agujerearla lo más posible, entonces hay un agujero aquí al lado, no sé si en esta figura hay, pero bueno, aquí al lado hay un agujero que también sirve para incrementar biodiversidad. Y el mundo es un mundo bastante vacío. Entonces, y se monta en 2 piezas. Esta primera pieza, un palo en acero, el mundo como un eje polar en el medio. Luego el peso y algún sistema técnico lo van a montar. Al final esta será la obra. La obra que hemos impreso, de momento, no tiene el detalle que va a tener la obra final, aunque en algunos meses se va a cubrir, esperemos, de flora y va a cambiar un poco todo. Entonces, los artistas irán en estos días, en cuanto el cemento se prende, se refuerza, porque necesita secarse, irán a hacer los detalles, las venas. Somos 2 artistas que trabajan muy bien, que saben hacer. Tenemos en la presentación, poder descubrir mucho más contenido, si no aquí tardamos horas. Y entonces podéis ir, Roberto, Andrea, Serene y yo os cantaremos, hay varios perfiles de los artistas, profundización, metodología, si queréis ahí tenemos todo. Y bueno, al final tenemos esto. Y hace algunos días fuimos a la fábrica, a la empresa donde imprimen nuestra escultura, y estos son los ejemplos que hacen con Fibonacci o forma espiralideas, no sé cómo se dice. Y bueno, y estas son cosas muy, muy interesantes porque la verdad para mí son emocionantes, lo he visto por muchos meses y verlas así. Son cosas que nos contaba el hijo del dueño, que cuando han puesto esta estructura en el agua había una carrera de cangrejos, de pulpos, para acaparrarse, para ir a coger la casa nueva. Realmente, es como si fuera una casa popular. Había una carrera de cangrejo para coger el primer hueco, porque se necesita. Ahora, es verdad que nosotros lo vamos a poner en un lugar de arena Y para quien no estudia concretamente playas y arenas, parece una biodiversidad homogénea, no heterogénea. En verdad, luego estoy trabajando personalmente con una investigadora del CNR, Centro de Investigación Nacional, especializada en arena, me dice, mira, no es exactamente así. O sea, si vas por la noche, la playa también es un sistema vivo. Hay que entender que las playas no son para tirar la toalla, sino que son un ecosistema vivo y hay que preservarlo también. Pero bueno, ahí creamos más biodiversidad de la que hay, por lo menos visible. Entonces fuimos en esta empresa única en el mundo, hay 3 en verdad, pero son siempre de ellos, que desarrollan este tipo de impresión 3D, que no es una impresión clásica como la máquina 3D que extrude, o sea, que pone un chorro de plástico o de material encima de otro, sino que crea una caja de arena de cemento y solo moja la parte que nos interesa. Entonces se va a endurecer la parte que nos interesa, pero se pueden hacer cosas estructurales porque están llenas. Entonces hacer un búnker, en verdad, esto ha nacido con defensa, con los militares en Italia, porque querían hacer un búnker. Entonces un búnker, ¿cómo lo haces tú? Cuando llegues a más de la mitad, si no tiene la pieza central, se cae. Entonces, si está lleno, no. La parte abajo, la parte de seca, se puede quitar luego, se aspira, se quita como un arqueólogo, lo va quitando pieza por pieza, se crea un muro que va a subir y se crea la estructura general. Y como veis, es muy lindo porque esto pasa y estos agujeritos acá ponen agua. Muy sencillo, muy simple, es la cosa sencilla, quizás son las más innovadoras, ¿no? De vez en cuando. También nos ha gustado mucho el tema analógico, porque cuando habían 2 cositos que no funcionaban, el tío ha ido ahí con una botella, pues es muy simple, muy normal. Y bueno, además estos locos que trabajan sin máscara, fumando dentro del cemento, pero esto son cosas suyas. Vamos directamente a la parte final, o sea, cuando la obra está acabada, la pelota se está haciendo en estos días, pero la pelota es mucho más simple, ellos están mucho más acostumbrados. Esta es la primera vez que hacían una escultura así. La pelota es un cambio un poco de lo que hacen. Y bueno, aquí es la estructura final, entonces se excava literalmente a mano, antes así, luego siempre más pequeño, como un arqueólogo. Y antes, esto lo han comprado hace algunos meses, antes el chaval hacía todo a mano con pala. Y aquí es la obra terminada. Este palo es el palo donde se pondrá el mundo. Y esperemos en meterla en mar entre abril y mayo, en cuanto a la primera semana que tenemos buena. Y haremos una inauguración el 8 de junio, o bueno, el fin de semana del 8 de junio, Día Mundial de los Océanos. Obviamente estáis todas y todos invitados a esto, invitado también en el Posidonia, que será el 10 de julio en Bollasco, festival gratuito, muy raro para nuestra tierra, y donde haremos muchísima actividad. Obviamente central este año será este proyecto. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Anyone wants to ask something now publicly? If not, they will be there during the whole day, so you can ask. I really like this project because they thought on how to parameterize and how to validate that it's good or not, and try to keep this, and also like the relation with the scientists, trying to, because yesterday I was talking with Eduardo, do you have a control group in order to check? And they say yes, but you know, this is the kind of thing that I think that should be relevant, so try to also find the proper parameters in order to really validate that what we are doing. So thank you, Eduardo and the team. A pleasure to have you here. Then you can go to see the swimming pool that we have done, let's say the Épica version of the structure, let's say, but it's okay, it's good enough. I mean, well, now it's the time for our colleagues from the North Sea of Sounds, another super interesting project, at least in my opinion. This is, you will have the chance, you have to go look for them in the networks, because they are a bit hidden. They are over there because they have a virtual reality setup. They need, yeah, sure, come on. They need some quiet, so please, I recommend you to walk the 10 meters and go to see them, okay? Come on, of course, yeah. So they are, remember, listen, and that's just you go. They are over there, okay, in 10 meters, but take a look because it's really interesting.
Yes, thank you. I don't need this one, or you need both? Both, okay.
One is for Federico.
Oh, okay. Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. We are Sea of Sounds from Norway. I have my team here. I have Marie and Svenung, Michael, and my name is Aline. Our project, as I mentioned, is in Norway, and in case you didn't know, exactly the north of Norway, quite far north above the Arctic Circle. And I have the Vestfjord labeled on there because that's the area that we're talking about, the marine mammals. And Bulda is the town where we had many of our events. So that's where we've traveled here after 3 flights yesterday. And our team is both working together with Ocean Sounds, and then Michael has a development team for virtual reality. But Ocean Sounds is a nonprofit organization that studies marine mammals, works in conservation, and also education in art. So the 3 of us from Ocean Sounds, and our director, Heike Vester, began that in 2005. So we go out on the boat, and we are the ones that have collected the data and the sound recordings of the marine mammals. So Sea of Sounds, our project, we wanted to do an art-science crossover, like many other projects here, to spread awareness about ocean noise pollution. This is something that is more of like an invisible type of threat. People aren't aware of it or think about even some of their indirect choices. We wanted to do this through immersive virtual reality. So we had Michael develop a virtual reality experience, which we have here in the back room. You can experience it later. But we wanted to put people into the perspective of the whale. So when you are an orca, you experience sounds of an orca. You can echolocate with different hand gestures. But we also wanted them to feel the first-hand experience of what noise would be. So pressure and noise from boats, noise from seismic activity, from the seismic air gun explosions, or blasts, sorry. And then we wanted to have an educational workshop, so that was mainly introducing what are the marine mammals locally here in northern Norway. So introducing the locals to the local marine mammals. So we have 15 different species. So we went through talking about who they are, a little bit about them, and some of their sounds and how they're impacted about ocean noise pollution. And also education on that. What is ocean noise pollution? So we had a whale exhibit as well. And there we had several different photographs. I'll show a little bit more about that later, and the ability for people to kind of self-guide, walk through, listen to sounds with QR codes, and then also listen to noise. And we have a whale skeleton as well. So that was my main project. The background, we started Sea of Sounds. We actually had a pilot project that we conducted in 3 small containers in the north in August of 2024, and we had a very preliminary type of virtual reality. This time it was a pilot whale, a little bit more abstract, so it was a different species than what we've redesigned and started over with now. We had 6 different photographs of different marine mammals, and we had a live listening station to the harbor. So that was quite successful. We published in the Journal of Ecotourism, and then we were very happy to see that we could continue working on the project with PartArt. So our events, we first started at the university. We had an event at the end of the year of 2025, and we wanted to go and test out 3 different versions of the virtual reality, see what people liked as a locomotive version, and also kind of get our first feedback, because that's part of the co-creation. We are evolving all of our project and our VR based off of the evaluations and what people have told us about it. We did have events specifically for local high school students at the library. This is the main library in the harbor of Bulda. And we also had public events there as well. Most of them just finished in February prior to this. So during the educational workshops, this is where people would learn about who are the local marine mammals, what they sound like, and then we had an interactive whale sound quiz to see if you can guess which whale it is that you're hearing. This was guided by personal experience, since many of us have been out there on the boat with whales, as well as education. And connecting through storytelling is something that kind of goes through all the elements of Sea of Sounds. It's based on the scientific research of ocean sounds. So I did put in here like an example. So one would be the blue whale. So many people have heard about blue whales, but maybe they don't understand much about what they sound like with their lower frequency communication, and that they're the largest animal, being 33 meters big. So can play their, let's see if it worked. Oh, it's not playing. It is? The sound, no, it's not playing. I'm sorry.
Do you have the audio output in your HDMI?
I believe so.
Can you check?
Let me just see. Let's see here. Sorry. Everything's popping up. Sorry. Okay, let's see. Wait.
You are private, don't worry.
Okay. Like pushing my buttons. That's not what I was looking for. We had it set up like that.
But which audio do you have? I mean,
It says speaker audio.
speakers, no, but you have to choose HDMI. Audio output, output device, no?
That's
You
only have
change
like
the
one
speakers?
choice though.
Yeah, can, where you have, what a fun is in the audio. Where is the audio? Here, sorry. What is that? Here. Here, sorry.
Sorry, one thing was just saying just the speaker.
Dolby Atmos speakers, headphones, no. Volume mix, no. Should be. Yeah, should be. Yeah.
Maybe get the small one. I just wonder if I flip it. Is it better if I just put like the HDMI? Sorry, directly in. Maybe it's better. This side.
1 second.
We don't need this one. Let's see if that works.
Now it's okay. Now you will get it. Yeah.
Now it will work?
See.
Testing. Okay. Sorry about that. The low frequency sounds of a blue whale. Is it not playing? It's hard to hear, but it's very low. This part's a bit more intense. So we would talk a little bit more about each species, but I don't have much time to do that. But also the reduction of blue whales is one thing that we talked about. But lower frequencies traveling much further distances, thousands of kilometers, if quiet. That's the important part. We also talked about sperm whales. We have male sperm whales in the area, being deep divers, and they are also producing, but they're producing clicks. So you have echolocation clicks and different types of socializing clicks too. So clicking underwater, echolocating, searching for squid, deep diving. Yeah, I'm sorry I don't have much time to go through all the different species, but I thought I would at least share a few of their sounds. One of the popular ones being killer whales or orcas. We have been studying them for quite a while, and they live in groups that are led by their grandmother. They also have different types of sounds and dialects, and I'll just play one here. Calls, buzzes, whistles, clicks, a variety of sounds. Then we would talk about how sound is also used for communicating between individuals and its importance, so people see that it's not just the same as us, which vision is our primary sense. Sound is very important for whales, and that's their primary sense. And they need to be able to have a quiet environment to communicate with each other. In this case, carousel feeding or rounding up all of the herring takes several hours, and the whole group works together to bring all of the herring into a ball, flip upside down, and then use their fluke to stun the fish and then feed. So they use specialized calls for this. You can hear the fluke slapping. So after going through the different marine mammals locally during the workshop, then we would talk about what is ocean noise pollution, and it being a buildup of man-made noise that we have put into the ocean from ships and sonar, different industry activities. And this is disrupting communication, navigation, finding food, and really the livelihoods of the whales. So an example would be if you think about how loud it is to talk to each other when there's airplanes going by. And it's a great example where we live now because the military base is being shut down. It's too noisy with all the military aircraft, so people can kind of understand that. But whales are not able to just be able to tune it out like we can, or be able to change it. So that's something that we have to help them to improve the ocean noise pollution. But also that noise has increased by 20 times in the past 50 years. We have been able to expand on technology, but we haven't really looked at the impacts of that. And the whales, many of them, even orcas living for up to 100 years, they remember a time when it was quieter and easier to communicate than you have their family groups now and their offspring. So we would discuss different types of noise pollution. I don't have time to go through all of them, but we would play different sounds. This is seismic activity. So the underwater air gun array, the blasts into the sediment, and they can occur every 8 seconds. So during one of the strandings, we had a lot of seismic activity. So that's why the figure over here, all these white small areas are the survey centers, and the pinkish red areas are 200 and 300 kilometers away that you can actually hear the seismic activity. And we had a stranding, and that's the whale skeleton that we have in our exhibit. And then there's layers of more noise, this one being a ship. And why is it dangerous? It can damage hearing, but also cause stress. It really disrupts whales. They could avoid different feeding and breeding grounds. It reduces their ability to communicate and to find food. This could also lead to injury, strandings, and even death. So then we kind of turn towards talking about in the workshop what we can do to improve this. So there are indirect things, and as a consumer, we are making choices. So if we think about how much products and energy that we're using, are we using a lot of fossil fuels? Are we ordering things that are from far away, that you're using ships to bring across? Are we using more fossil fuels instead of alternative methods? And this does go and make an impact at the sea. We also want to support responsible whale watching. In Norway, we don't have whale watching guidelines, so or regulations, so we only have voluntary guidelines. So that's something I usually point out, talking about not driving through the pod, not being too noisy or blocking. And also there is hunting of minke whales and of seals in Norway. So we talk about a few things about the whales, and then slowing down and giving them space. Also supporting quieter technology of ships and protected areas, like marine protected areas, and to share your knowledge. So that's one of the things that we also worked on in our workshop, ways to go and share it, whether you're going to make your own presentation about it or mix some sounds, which we did with some of the students. I'll talk about that later. And then we had the whale sound quiz. We didn't get to do all the whales, so I'll just see if anyone wants to guess what the sound is. Can anyone guess which whale? Or, yes, that is correct. So we went through different species and had our whale sound quiz. So that was the main thing of the workshops, and we had ones tailored for the high school students, and then we had ones for the public. We had some time for discussions and things as well. And then we had the whale exhibit. So in the hallway, this is the main library. We had our exhibit here, and I took some closer pictures as well, just about what Sea of Sounds is, and then we have ocean noise pollution. There was a poster, and then all the different species. So people could come up and they could go and scan the QR codes and listen to them as well. And then we had an area for responses. So imagine that you are a whale. What do you think of ocean noise pollution? And people liked putting post-it note responses to that one. Things that we should change, improve, or still continue doing. So we had a lot of responses on this exhibit that was there the whole week. Now we've moved this to the university, so it's there currently right now. And here's an example. So if you walked up to see the humpback whale, yeah, you have it in the Latin name, but also Norsk. And then they could scan, and when they scanned, it would pop open to a video that we've created. And then they can listen and learn a little bit. We also had a whale, it's the rare Sowerby's beaked whale skeleton. This is the one that had stranded during lots of seismic activity. So from its stranding, it was a healthy male, not full grown, had been eating different varieties of fish. But we wanted to also put together the skeleton and have that on display to show the results of ocean noise pollution, that this could happen to other whales, and it does with strandings and things as well. I think people were really interested to see it, and beaked whales, there's not much information about them, especially the Sowerby's whale, so it was a rare experience. We also had a musician, Dr. Alex South, joined us from Scotland. He was playing music to the whale sounds, and he does research on this. He also was performing there, but having a workshop too, where he was giving the public and the students an opportunity to mix their own sounds, so using whale sounds and noise and making their own version of it. So that was quite popular with the music and dance students that we had that came from the high school. I can play a little bit of the music too. Whoop, oh, it didn't play, sorry. The students had the opportunity to make awareness projects, so their interpretation of how they could spread ocean noise pollution. We gave them a few different ideas, and they could be able to create their own project. And one of them was to work on the music workshop, where they could take sounds from the whales and they could mix it with noise as well. So Alex created this so people could go and do it on their phone. It still works now as well if you want to make your own mix. And we had several different species. I know they're in Norwegian, but we were able to go and make your own mix there. And then one of the main parts is the immersive VR experience. Did you want to go and say something about it? Or? Okay, Michael, the developer of the VR.
I'm not the developer. I leave it to smarter people than I am. But it was really interesting to work through so many iterations and in conversation with people, because we literally like show it to a group of students in the morning. We gather the feedback, and poor team of developers then try to make sense of it and how to improve into the next day the experience. So as Aline said, this has been an evolution. We had a pilot 2 years ago, and this time we wanted to move into a bit more realistic visuals, because before it was very abstract. And it was really interesting to see how people connect to becoming an orca, what they think that they should do, and it was a real challenge to bring that ocean noise into it to trigger the right reaction in people, or that right reaction, because it was actually interesting to see how they react. For example, I thought that if we introduce so much noise, that will really irritate you, that will really pain your hearing. We had a headset that gave up in terms of like the speakers, because there are built-in speakers, and just the constant motorboat noise. I think we had to factory reset it, and it broke the hardware. But still, people kind of stayed in the environment with boats, and first reaction was, can I sink the boats around? So as orcas trying to jump at the boat or bite of the propeller. So we didn't have time to implement that feature, but it was interesting to see that as an orca or as a human orca, you don't swim away, you try to fight that source of pollution or noise pollution, which was really interesting. And I invite you to do our little back room. It's a group experience because orcas are very social animals, and we want to make this social experience too. So grab your friend or two, and create a small orca pot. We made it as easy as possible, so don't worry, you don't have to spend a whole day herding that herring into a bait ball. So we hope you'll enjoy it, become an orca and catch some herring. And I'll leave it to you how you'll deal then with the noise pollution introduced, and very happy to hear about your feedback, because we still are showing in the next 2 weeks then in Brussels, and we are constantly going through iterations from how you experience, what you would like to see in there. It's a bit, we would like to get people really in the game engine and be able to modify things, but it's obviously a bit hard because the technical expertise is still needed. But we're doing our best to bring as much from how people think that they would like to experience, because at the end of the day, who am I to tell you how orca sees the ocean, right? But it's really important to get there, that perspective shift of understanding that it really, you can't find your food, you can't navigate, you can't walk to the next room without that sense of echolocating, hearing, and how important the sounds are for those animals. So yeah, I think, was there something that I missed? Oh yeah, true, we have a video. Do I want to? If I show the video, then why would you do the VR? No, I'll show you. Where is it? Does it play? Ah, yeah, okay, great. So it's recorded within the headset. So this is what you actually see when you are trying to swim around as an orca. Just a quick teaser. Experience it for yourself. I think I could be dancing about architecture, showing you videos, but the best thing is put on the headset and form a small orca pot. Okay, Aline? Now it's plays. Okay, that's yours.
Okay. I wanted to also mention different types of evaluations. We had a digital form that we asked people to do. There were group discussions, and after the VR, a few questions, the post-it-note posters, like I mentioned, and we had a few questions that we interviewed a few people on video as well. The overall satisfaction being very high. We have 93%, same with the VR, so that's very good. Understanding before the event, 47%, so there was not much knowledge. And then after, 84%. So overall, there was definitely in support of the Sea of Sounds, being able to educate them and to experience it. So they seem to be enjoying it. This is just, gender and different ages, mainly in 25 to 49, and then different countries. So mainly Norwegian, but some other countries as well. And as Michael mentioned, the next adventure for Sea of Sounds, the VR, is going to the European Ocean Days, which is soon in March. We have future plans of building out a digital package to create a development of that so that facilitators could actually use this in other areas and not just have it in Norway, but internationally. Also, we keep working on the development and co-creation of this Sea of Sounds VR and the other parts of it. Applying for further funding, and yeah, we will see the other details. It seems to unfold as we go. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it's, remember to go there to see it. I think you missed something that I really like it from your presentation. So they are trying to bring the whales to the people, avoiding people to go and disturb the whales. So that's, I think it's a nice idea. Of course, it's a work in progress, but it's nice that you have a roadmap where to go. That's perfect. So thank you very much. Please remember to go there and give your feedback, good and bad ideas. Then you are free to discard. So thank you for coming. And next time in your house, I think it will be super nice to go there. It's before going to the coffee break, it's really nice to see how you are in. I'm frozen, and then for you it's gone. Yeah, it's super nice. That's perfect to see. Yeah, here always when we do this kind of international events, it's really easy to see more or less by just the cold they have. You know.
You were wearing sandals yesterday.
Cool. So we will have now a coffee. It's a small coffee. You can take a coffee, and now just move around, see the PAIs, and we will be back in 20 minutes. Okay, I will shout you to come back. Yeah. Do you want to say something, Imanol? Well, we have now Imanol here. That is our the boss of the harbor that wants to say you hello.
Good morning. I'm sorry, my English is very, very bad. Translate, please. En todo caso, daros las gracias. I am very happy you stay in the Badalona harbor, but my English is finished. Muchas gracias por estar aquí en este proyecto internacional. Estamos muy contentos. El puerto de Badalona en sí mismo también es un proyecto muy ambicioso, donde trabajos como el que estáis realizando hoy, de investigación y uniendo ciencia, tecnología y cultura, nos parece fundamental. Solo de la unión de todos estos aspectos se puede avanzar en el progreso de las sociedades. Y por tanto, este trabajo que estáis realizando es de alguna forma ir poniendo poco a poco una piedra que pueda construir un mundo mejor y más en unas circunstancias que que todos vivís, ¿no? El mar, yo el otro día explicaba, somos el planeta azul, como aquí se hablaba del océano, ¿no? Los puertos en ese planeta azul es lo que permite que la tierra y el mar tengan una relación muy especial, y a través de los puertos haya realmente la comunicación de todas las culturas y todas las personas de esta tierra, de esta canica azul en la que todos pertenecemos y a la que todos tenemos que cuidar. Gracias.
Gracias. Sí, gracias, Imanol. So I will translate. Imanol, it's the responsible of the port, and this port has a strategic approach from the city, and Imanol is one of the key persons here, trying to establish this connection between the countryside and the land as a special thing. They are working a lot in connecting the city through the port. It's not an easy thing, but also talking about sustainability, the blue planet, and how we establish these kind of frontiers between both, let's say, important neighbors. That sometimes we think that we are the big neighbor, but we are not. The big neighbor is over there, and we need to keep it in mind. Okay, let's take the coffee and keep in touch. See you now. A. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to everybody back. Good morning. Back to seats. Okay. We need to restart, okay? So please take a seat. I know that there are a lot of interesting conversations. No, but aquí, ahora sí. Sí. But should be something like, please, can you take a seat? We will have a lot of time later, don't worry. Sí, es un panel, sí. Ok. Blanca. Okay. Eileen, take a seat. No, don't worry. You can put whatever you want. It's okay. Okay, this is a way to try to, let's say, formalize what you are all doing, okay? This is a panel. I would like to say that this is a non-expert panel. No, just kidding. No, but the idea is to be open the debate between all of us. I think we are all in the same loop. I just put here 3 really smart women that I will introduce you now. But with the idea that we are all in the same, let's say, agenda. Okay, so you are more than welcome to contribute to whatever part of the discussion, because I think it's a good opportunity to share bad experiences, best practices, something that we detect that it may work, you know, in a way to try to really cross-fertilize and say. So I think that, as you have seen today, 2 projects, but you will see more during the day, we are all experts, or at least we have some experience on trying to do that. So, okay. So let me first introduce you our key speakers. No, just kidding. Antonella Passani from T6. Ify from the Institute of Science, Maritime Science, and the Tidal Art project. No? Tidal Art project is important because it's our twin project. As you know, we have PartArt for Oceans and Waters, but also Tidal Art with the same call and the same mission, vision, and whatever. And Chiara, that they give you the introduction. So I will open just the debate. You can start, each of you, the one you want, by trying to, because this is an obsession here from this house, the Épica Foundation. We are doing really nice things, but I think that we are missing something in order to scale up our impact. So how we are able to really increase our impact, our ambition, because I'm quite sure that when you see the projects that we have seen today, and we have seen many others all over the world, they are amazing projects, but honestly with low impact. Low impact in the meaning that it's at the end a few thousand people that really go. So how to really promote this kind of vision, and I think it's nice because we have different kinds of expertise. So Antonella, you are the first there, come on.
Blah, blah. This is a very interesting question, and my provocation will be that the word scaling up is problematic, because what you think about in scaling up is from business, so to take a small, medium enterprise and make it become a huge thing, with thousands of employees, so do the same things but with a lot of things. In our cases, I think that location and communities are central. So what I think scaling up should be in this case, or could be in this case, is more reproduction and adaptation. So maybe you know the Boy Scouts movement, very basic. So they have the same law, the same kind of approach, the same pedagogy, but then in each country they do their own things in a different way, because they share values, but then they adapt, or the Fab Labs, another example. So what I dream of, or what I would like to work for, is to give the possibility to take a project and then make it redoable, reusable, by mixing with other things that locally like or matters or understand or feel important, but just like to spread like sporas our approach more than just say, okay, now we did this project, mural, biomural, and now we do biomural, the same team does biomural all around Europe. Because also I think that artists and community leaders and citizen scientists, I mean people that works with people have their own agenda and they do something, but they maybe don't want to do the same things for the rest of their life. They want to do other things, but it's nice if someone else can take up. So this is absolutely against the concept of copyright and unicity and the fact that it's my job and it belongs to me and nobody can take it.
Okay, just one thing before going to IFI, but it's like innovation, scale up, it's not only for companies. So
yeah.
So the idea is that we now, innovation is not for scientists, it's not for artists, it's for everybody. I mean, but this is the kind of things. But I would say that I think that we need to start from the top side of the concept, not in a top-down approach, but I mean, can this collaboration be a multiplier? So can we start not by project, so by starting understanding the value of this collaboration in a way to at least promote this kind of things? Of course, if they come, we can replicate. What's the vision from Tidal Art on that?
No. So I think, like from my side and also from Tidal Arts, what also we're trying to do is first of all to put in words what we mean with impact, because it's, for me, impact is something different that it's for you and for them and for all of you. So it's also very important to like categorize what kind of impact we're looking for. Are we looking for educational impact? Are we looking for social impact? Are we looking for economical impact? Scientific. So it's very, also working at the Institute of Marine Sciences, what I have noticed is that, for example, in terms of arts and the collaboration with artists, what's happening is that usually artists, they come at the end, or they always being used as a mean to communicate science, let's say. Whereas also what we're trying to do in Tidal Arts is to bring artists in the beginning of the conversation and also consider them as the contextualizer of the problem, not as the interpreter. And yeah, I don't know if I answered your question.
What do you think, Chiara, on that?
Yeah, well, just building on top of what Antonella suggested, I would say that it's extremely true to me that you cannot have the same kind of activity everywhere. So what we probably, to scale up something, is not scaling up the tool or replicating exactly the same process everywhere, because it is unrealistic. So it's the idea, probably the narrative, the aim we should agree on, and then the adaptation to different contexts can probably be, but I'm not sure, it's just coming to my mind. It's something that we can deeply rework considering the context. Therefore, we can have show painting in a location in which you can do it, in which it makes sense, and then you can export somehow or scale up or replicate it in other contexts if it works. Otherwise, what we can aim to replicate is the ambitious. Is the aim, but maybe using different tools. This would be somehow, this would go in the direction of what Antonella was saying. And also, another thing that to me is extremely important is that we can, in our experience, you can scale up something that doesn't come from the people themselves. So it wouldn't work if you have a fantastic idea and you realize it and people comes up to see what you are doing, fine, they enjoyed it, and then bye-bye. Nothing else happened. So the only things that make possible to scale up, to replicate, our activities is that it start from the local needs, because this way you can. I think this is an important, at least from our perspective. If you start from what people really feel as a necessity, therefore it could be easier, natural to scale it up, to replicate, to expand. Otherwise, it's feasible, but it's more difficult, it's trickier.
I will start the debate. I mean, I will be the hated here, because I used to do, as I am super.
Fran, if I can.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe what we are looking for is a sort, but it's just brainstorming now. I mean, just coming to mind, a blueprint kind of approach, no? To have a sort of, let's say, meta process. Let's say if you want to engage people with ocean, the ingredients are A, B, C, D. For us, for this project, are art, citizen participation, and science. And what are the processes that work at the actions, not in terms of practical things, but like the procedures, open, but like what did work, the engagement, how the engagement, the science, but okay, which kind of science, done in which way, very specific micro processes that can be mapped out, and then say, okay, if you want to do this, the blueprint, and then play with it. We don't have a deliverable on this.
No, but yeah.
Book. Yeah.
But I think that starting the hater part, what I would say now, I don't agree with that. Okay, so but this is where we are. Okay, understand me properly. We start to try to start avoiding be specials. I mean, at the very end of the day, we are competing in this kind of world that it's not anymore valid, that if let's say a campaign from Coca-Cola has more impact, we tend to be irrelevant, and this is a problem. So, okay, so we need to maybe not talk about the scale up, but at least to be honest that we are now in a good trend. I think that more or less now we are all in the loop that we have to restore oceans and water, that we have to do something, but maybe we move to another trendy topic, and then if we don't validate that we can create behavioral changes or something, we will be out of the game. So I don't like the idea, but this is the reality. If we are not in the loop, we are out of the loop, and then irrelevant. So that's why it's important that we are, I partially, as you know, agree with you, Chiara, in this kind of thing. So of course should be always approached locally, but we are in a global mission. So we need to share 80% of the thing in order to really be powerful, because if not, 50K 6 months, it's what it is. But if we are able to zoom on top of that, and I think this is something that we are collaborating, as you know, here a lot with scientists, and this is not done in the art, and I think that this can be a weakness. So normally scientists, all scientists work on top of other scientists. So they have an accumulative approach, really strong for them. Even if you discover that something is not possible, it's valid for the system. If in the art field you discover something is not valid for the people, you will go to a white dress. You are out of the game anymore. I mean, the failure in the art, it's not valid at all. So the idea is how we are able to learn from these kind of things by sharing. Maybe I don't know, the mural, it's not valid here as a mural, but the idea, the methodology, the way they interact with the thing, it's valid for me. So I can take something from them, they can take something from me, and these kind of things can make us build on top. If not, I see in the field, and I've done it plenty of times, and I'm really frustrated with that. So starting new things, always from zero. And I think that this is a weakness that we have, because it's better if we, that's why for me, homogenizing this kind of soul, spirit, methodologies, or you say, but with this vision, of course, the approach in Ukraine is different than here. Even only for the weather. Okay, when Blanca told me we are -20, for me it's something like crazy. My fridge, the lower temperature is -18. So, but I understand that maybe it's okay there. I mean, but this is the kind of things that I think it's important, because if not, I see this kind of small, super nice initiatives that and disappear. And I don't know how to do it. That's why it's an open question for you all, how we try to keep a legacy. That a legacy is not the mural itself, because the mural will disappear in 5 years. No, you will last it here, and then we will count how much it lasts. But this is the idea. So I don't know, but I have the question, but not really the answer.
But I mean, it's also it's also a matter of how these kind of things are funded, and the value Western culture give to novelty. Because, for example, if you go in Asia, and Asia is a big continent, but I mean China, Thailand, the countries that I know best, for example, when they destroy a capital city, they take the bricks and use the same bricks to build the second capital, and then destroy the capital, and then use the same bricks to do the third. And not with the idea that this is circular economy. It's not that. It's really, I build on top of things, and things can be destroyed because lives go on, and I don't need this anymore. I don't need it. While, for example, in Italy, you cannot even move nothing. I mean, they redone the square in my neighborhood, and because originally in 1920 they didn't put the trees, you cannot put the trees. But okay, there's global warming, it's sunning, trees are nice, we want green things. No, you cannot do it, because originally it was decided that you cannot put trees. This attitude is really, having the past as something holy that you cannot move, and at the same time, everything that is new is valid and is fashion, and now we have to innovate, which is okay, true, but we need funding for keeping things going, long-term things, and not 6 months, not even 2 years as our project. You cannot have like impact in 2 years. It's not realistic. It's not realistic. And we are shifting, as you say, missions and ethos so quickly. So inclusivity was a thing in 90s, and now it's not. Green was fashion, and now it's better to do things without saying that you really want to do green, because it's difficult in this way. We need to have a long-term vision, and also say that innovation is gradual and takes time, and we cannot come up with new ideas every 2 months.
Can we open the discussion? No, because this is, I think 2 points comes out from what we said up to now. The first thing is that, we need to build up on top of what has been already done by allowing transformation to happen without, of course, respecting the past, what has been there, but also thinking about the different ecological, social context. And this is one thing that emerged from both of you. And another one is the idea of thinking about a blueprint approach. So having a sort of toolkit, handbook, not a book, but the idea of a toolkit for everybody to take the most of your experiences, our experiences, and maybe in 2 years built on top of it, without reinventing the wheel. That's the point. And standing on the shoulder of giants, I was saying something like that. So I wonder, what was your experience? So how much of what you performed in this 6 months have been built on previous knowledge you produce yourself in your past experiences, or somebody else did? Maybe you worked on processes, on specific processes that were already designed, and so we can just try to, understand how it worked for you.
Come on. No? Come on, you have to contribute to the thing. Okay, I will evaluate that in the report. No, just kidding. But for example, you started from previous, I think most of you.
Hi, we will present our project next. And we talk a lot and see a lot of video, but our project was started 4 years ago, and it was a super initiative. It was first initiative, very urgently, that we understand that we need to change something in our nearly society. And we start the project, the Kyiv Whale. In Kyiv we have no whales, but the first one is in. And we start first participation art project when we organize a lot of people with kids. We see the possibility that kids will help us to save this planet, and we can change the habits in the family only through kids. And we have this researches and work a lot with kids. And even we start the project and COVID is begin. And we even can make a big cleaning events. And we collect plastic at house, at home. We collect plastic through all Ukraine by schools. They bring to schools plastic through the COVID. And we collect more than 25 tons of plastic. We didn't use all this plastic, but we use only the caps, only the caps. And by the pressure plastic, we from these caps decide to make not usual recycling art that we usually to see. We decide to make a media art sculpture. There's something modern, something cool, that something looks like not green art, what we talk about. And it was really difficult to find the place what will accept this big sculpture. And it was difficult to talk with society, to talk with community, because it's a lot of different things that don't touch anything here. But we find the place. It was some abandoned, but it was really nice and perspective we see. And we make this 13 meters sculpture, not only like a media art, because this sculpture have sensors who check the air pollution and translate, because we understand that in our society that no one know where we take this data from air pollution, where the sensors, who make it, and everything. And we make for this a really big campaign to explain why the whale in the Kyiv, what it means. And we start from like a wow effect. Whoa, whale in Kyiv, for what? And then they begin to go inside, deep, deep, deep. And then we have the different part of audience. The white audience that only hear something, and the different audience that communicate with us, and the part of audience who decide, oh, it's really interesting, and we will continue with you. Now we have this sculpture, and then when it was built and present, it was more than 5 million contacts by media company. It was a full Ukrainian media company, a lot of government and a lot of people. It was like one of the biggest ecological projects in Ukraine. And after this, we find that a lot of children, they have the special special certificates that they built this sculpture. Not us, not like we artists, we are curators of project, but they build this art. Mm-hmm. And when everyone, people, we students go inside and, oh, mama, look, it's so nice whale. It's not the simple whale, you know? It's talk us about that every trash can be resource for us. And it will be, when we hear this downside, because we make all this place, like a place for kids playing inside upside down. Yes, the way. We show it.
No, we'll show you. You will see it later. But I think that this is. I think according to what we were talking, I think that there is also a problem of the time frame. If you talk with a scientist like Maria or the team from IFI, 6 months, no way for a scientist to do anything. I mean, because this morning I was driving to here. It was super nice to see that it was a new publication in the scientific community, in the radio, that they did a test with a new vaccine for a kind of cancer, and now they released that in the last 6 years, this is amazing. This is something that we need to try to change and try to monitor. This is something like here in the Épica Foundation, we learn a lot from the scientists. That if I am a scientist, I will tell you, yeah, but you cannot validate that these kids has changed because of you. And we are out of the game. Normally they do a control group, and then they see, and they can compare, and whatever, and then they can validate. Because sometimes I had funny discussions, let's say, with a big company in another project, that they told me, hey, Fran, I have the money, but I need now to be smart. Should I put it in donations or in innovation? I just need the raw number. For me, it's okay. If I put it in donations, good luck. If I put it in innovation, I would need to deliver a report to Japan. And then I say, no, I want you in innovation, because I want you to help me to deliver. But then, at the end, so I think that it's important now that we start trusting us in the way we are able to create impact, and try to ask for being able to measure, because artists hate to measure. Hate, that's why I am the hater, you know. Always that I say we need to measure, they look at me like, what the fuck are you saying? But I think that now we are in the part that without modifying what we are doing, we can measure the impact that we have in long term. So how these kids will behave differently in 10 years, like a vaccine. You know, but only if we are able to find the proper indicators, that it's not money, it's not whatever. I think that we are now in the phase even to determine what do we have to measure. That I don't have the answer. But at least if we are able to measure, I will love to listen in the radio in the next 6 years. So after 6 years, you know, the PartArt4OW project validate that this group of people are modified.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. No, it's not. It's a fantastic question, because we are really struggling to claim that social science, art, and humanities are crucial for the ocean research.
So normally, I'm from outside. I am telecom engineer, okay? I came from pure research, so I love art, I love social science, but I can tell from the, ¿cómo se dice? La ignorancia, from the ignorance, okay? Normally, we ask social scientists to help us to design the process. And thank you, Chiara, go. Yeah, but this is not the thing. I think that if we are able to, we need to try to start delivering this kind of big pipe projects in order to at least validate that we can create something that in 5 years will deliver. And keep trying like the scientists. And then if we realize that we are not getting the proper thing, we can dismiss. But in 6 months, we have no time to measure anything. For example, we have been here the last 7 years working a lot with scientists. And I'm quite obsessed trying to determine how we modify scientists. But I need time to see if they now do better research papers. Or I don't even know what to do, but this is the only way that they will trust me and put me in their pipelines. If not, I will be, then we are talking about greenwashing, not with the word, but.
Yeah.
Because I think there is one thing that would be really nice to address, and I wonder what you think, which is definitions, because who is an artist, who is a scientist, who, like, we kind of have those very binary ideas around the scientist is that type of person and an artist is that that type of person. Whilst in fact right now, lots of artists think are scientists and have double degrees with like Blanca doing chemistry right now, coming from different type of design, and scientists who are going really into communication and are present in social media and really trying to be storytellers first. So I suppose the question is, what do you mean when you say artist or scientist? And are those different, like, are those rigid structures really useful at this point? Yeah.
As we tried many, many times and we don't have the answer, now we call it creatives. We do always open call for creatives and then we are in the game. So everybody can be creatives. So yeah, I really like and I really consider this is a key thing. But we need to but at the end, if you're a scientist in biomolecules, I mean, your connection with a creative, it's for the framework, for the definition. But at the end, I cannot help you in, but this is the kind of thing, that's why we, but the thing is to work in the creative process, in the middle.
Yeah, I wanted to address a different maybe challenge. What is important to scale up is also some support according to like laws, because laws like if I would like to do the Kyiv whale in Poland, it would be quite difficult because it's not legal for me to process plastics to make like an installation. I would have to cooperate with a big recycler company who would take care of this resource. And we have a lot of European Union laws that also put us in a little boundaries, I think. And what is important in scaling up is also addressing these challenges. And we need more support to do innovation, because sometimes what I struggle with is that something is kind of illegal to do, and I sleep as an artist and as a semi-scientist. You know, I sleep on this law. I know it exists, I know how to use it, and I need a lot of support from the government to do innovation actually legally. And I would like to ask you, what's your experience in this maybe area?
So Susan knows a lot about that.
Yeah, I would agree, but I would also offer the alternative in that I think when you're a large company, it's very easy to do things. Certainly around Skye, where I work, there are growing numbers of large-scale seaweed farms, whereas actually me doing a very small-scale community-orientated thing is impossible because they don't know what to do with me. Our first project, which we did nearly 10 years ago, we created an intertidal oyster table, and the licensors couldn't understand that it wasn't a commercial operation. So I had to become an oyster farmer and run this art project, and I was legally bound to monitor this oyster farm to be able to make this project happen. So I think sometimes it's the opposite, is that the laws are there to protect the big companies and not allow us to kind of start with the small scale stuff. That would be my experience.
We are trying to run now projects on regulatory learning. Imagine. So we know about that.
No, just a quick point. The point of having enough competence and having enough support from the government and so on also comes into, brings into the discussion the issue of having legal consultancy for putting whatever we want in operation. And again, the legal is part of the social science competences that is often not disregarded, but we tend to avoid because especially, that's the point. Yeah, it's a matter of ignorance, but actually we need this. And the law, the regulation, this kind of frameworks constantly change. So we need somebody to help us to make something effective. Also because changing, this is another point related to what Fran says, changing mentalities, changing the way in which people think, in which people behave, in which we behave, takes ages. It's a kind of geological process. We tend to think that we say people don't trash everything everywhere and they will not do it. But it doesn't work like this at all. And it's not only the scientific in terms of hard or natural science, competencies that requires time, but also social sciences in terms of sociology, anthropology, and all of these things. I'm sorry for using some categories, but just to make things easier for everybody. They need a lot of time to see whether particular ideas have been able to root into societies. Indeed.
There was one thing I wanted to add, and thanks Chiara for the bridge. And it was, no, don't worry. There were two things actually. I will start from the second. And it's, there's one discussion that we have been doing in the last weeks with our partners and colleagues, that, for example, in this kind of projects, that they are the artistic projects, that they are participatory, since they're the ones that we are working at, we have noticed that the grants are always stopping at the presentation of the project. And there is no space for the evaluation after, let's say, yeah. And this is something that I heard from some colleagues that they will try to bring it to their some funders of the government of their country, which I found it super interesting. And it aligns with the first thing I want to say is that I would be very interested to hear another time why artists are so afraid of measuring and do not like measuring. I know more or less, but I would be curious to again open the conversation. And at the same time, I would like to suggest a change on, not change, but like, and discussion, maybe another point of why we want to measure and what we want to measure, because maybe it sounds very scaring, but it's for the good of everybody, also for the artists, for the scientists, for the community.
Can I try to avoid this conversation? Okay, I don't know, because I've tried many times, and we will need 2 days trying to just be together. So, Maria, yeah, sure. No, but I think but the only thing is that I envy a lot on architecture when he or she deliver a new building with a 200 pages impact, direct, indirect, and it's a nice music. But in any case, we will avoid this day. Don't measure.
I'm going to mention something small about this, but it's on the other side actually, because I'm a governance person, so I work a lot with policies actually, so I do the boring stuff. So I try to bridge the conversations often. And many times what frustrates me in the science world is that we have data, we know that things are not going as they should be, and instead of like really being active and trying to see, okay, what do I need to do as a scientist, natural, social scientists don't do that very much, but more natural scientists. Instead of saying, okay, what do I do, how do I intervene to change things, they say, I need more time, I need more funding and more data. And often you're like, yeah, but we don't necessarily need more data. So that's something that frustrates me in the natural science world. And that's what arts and creatives don't do, which I really appreciate. And often this is where the bridge is created to either make things visible, not only by making things visible in the sense that they make science visible, but like the tidal arts project, they made the intertidal zone visible in terms of history, in terms of social importance. That's like very special, I think. So art has a way to make things visible, but also bring hope, which often science doesn't do again. So I think, I think there's many things that we can grab, and yeah, like we have this handbook. I think with the PAIs, we're going to discuss that more tomorrow. So some of these ideas we can discuss more to see, okay, what do we need to add in this handbook that would have helped you if you had it, or that will help in the future. And also maybe just to advertise the ecosystem that we have. So we have this online digital map where we're mapping old projects and people who are like working on this art science collaborations. And that's going to stay online. So like many of these activities, and like even individuals who are interested in this topic, please find it, and yeah, and put your projects and your names on there, because that's kind of something that's going to stay and people can use as a...
Thank you, Maria. So the final closing, we have 1 more minute, and just to recap about because I generate a lot of haters there. No, I am not looking for new impact, so I am trying to understand how can I put on paper the value that I really know that you already have. I mean, just trying to put it, trying to make it visible even for the haters, because I fully agree that we don't have to, I mean, in this conversation, it's quite easy to agree on the impact that you have. But sometimes we need to play another game, and then it's if we are able to validate the behavioral change that we are proposing, no? How you really, for example, you make visible something that for most of the people they don't want to know. These kind of things are easily found indicators. I'm not talking about measuring the value of the art. This is, and we are in the next level. But this idea, even for the haters, can be valid, you know, in this kind of which row number do I want to put the money? In innovation or in, this is the kind of thing. And 1 minute.
Okay, I'm Chantal. I'm working on a project that is the next group, and we work on wet wipes that people don't trash. They put them in the toilet, and they shouldn't do that. Anyway, my reflection on the whole thing is that science is talking to the mind, and art is talking to the heart. So how do you do to put numbers on something that is here? So I think there are many different things we should look at. We're also in a very disruptive moment where we have to, you know, put our feet and take the chance to be, what I like to say, gently disruptive. We don't need to be, you know, aggressive or making a revolution. I'm a former communications person. I've worked for big organizations like WWF and so on. And over the last 3 years, I was talking to someone before, I explained that I went through a sort of crisis because I thought, what did I do that made a difference? And I'm not sure I made a difference. Now, it doesn't mean that I did a bad job. I worked in a way that was corresponding to a way of doing and thinking. But now, we're at a time where there is a change. It's very uncomfortable because there is chaos everywhere, and we need to build from the chaos. And there's also a chaos in the way we think and measure, because if you look at the way of thinking, that used to be linear, you know, now we go like this. So we have to accept also ourselves to let our work go in, I don't know how many directions, but I have to accept that it might go away. Someone will take it, and maybe we won't be able to measure it. But what we will see is a society that is going to change at some point. So I think what we need to do is stay where we are, keep doing the good job we are now doing, because I think we're the lucky ones who have the mind that is working and you know, taking the chance to make a difference. and keep convincing the EU, keep convincing the private sector also, because I think there are lots of changes in the financing and all these things, and accept and convince them that you cannot measure everything. I mean, I'm sorry, we waste such an amount of time in trying to measure. We can't do that. You can't measure the change in my heart. What you can see is the difference I'm going to make or the people we're going to become, but it's an effort from all of us. And we need to convince the people who fund us to trust us in this, like you did with us, you know? That's my 2 cents contribution.
Thank you, Chantal. Tonela, you need to close. One last thing.
I mean, this was a perfect closure, but going back to the difference between art and science, I think that, and it's really connected what you're saying, what is the main difference for me is the role of subjectivity. The fact that even if epistemologists in the 80s, we have the hermeneutic turn, etc., not even physicians believe that their subjectivity doesn't matter in the research. So it should be give for granted the subjectivity still matter in science. Artists put their personality in, and they have a voice. I really appreciate the fact that they feel like entitled to speak. I say, I have this idea, and I want you to know, and I'm taking the stage. This in science is very much staying behind, have no subjectivity, just in the papers, but for the rest it's just hiding in your lab, hiding in your room, and not taking action, because if you take action, you are too subjective. So you are not scientist anymore, you're not scientific anymore, because you are too subject. I think it's time to talk about the fact that there are a lot of people that take the stage for saying things that are very dangerous for our society, so we have to stand up too.
Yeah, just the closing word, taking from what you said. For me, I think like the biggest ambition I have in my research is to see how the artists and scientists can really work together from the very beginning, and how the artists can actually influence the perspective of the scientists, and how the scientists could influence maybe the first one more, the perspective of the artists, given the fact that they're both researchers. So I think, and also if we bring in the table all the other stakeholders, then of course, I mean, that would be the ideal world. So yeah, this is what I wanted to add.
Yeah, concluding, I think we need to conclude now, and probably on this last point that has been raised through the last intervention, we can also come back to the comments of you over there. Sorry for don't know your name. We will meet later. About making scientists closer. I mean, disrupting categories, fixed categories, and making scientists and artists somehow not only closer but similar. So, and again, answering to one, specifically to Antonella, the point of having scientists, artists able to say, this is my perspective. Look at me, I'm expressing my opinion and my view. And on the other side, you have scientists that usually hide behind theories, behind laboratories, and so on. What we are trying to do in the last, say, 15, 20 years is declaring our positionality as scientists. So you say, I'm a social scientist, I'm a natural scientist, whatever I am, I follow this or that theory, and because I believe this is relevant for this and that reason, and this is my view. So I write the paper in first person. I declare that my positionality, my story has an impact on the way in which I see the world. I recognize it's partial, minimal and partial, but nevertheless, this makes us somehow probably closer to the artist way of producing knowledge, because we declare our positionality once again. Yeah, great. These raise a lot of comments, and I don't know if we can go through them if we are late.
One very, very last minute, okay? 30-30.
Very, very shortly. To follow on with these differences between artist and scientist, I think that a good scientist is someone who is able to imagine something that doesn't exist yet. So it's the only way to do good science. Otherwise, you repeat other things. So if scientists realize that they have an artistic part inside, because this imagination is absolutely necessary to do a good science, then this connection between mind and heart, that is always mind and mind, because heart is mind, from a scientific point of view. I'm an ex-scientist. So, however, if scientists realize that they have inside them this imaginative part, because it's necessary to do a good part, we obtain this link, this ring that connect one aspect to the other, and we obtain, I think, a better result.
Yeah, all of this is very interesting, and I just want to add, like, I'm an artist and a scientist, and I mostly dedicate myself to art. I was a scientist and then become an artist, and I mean, the way of working, like, it's connecting with the scientists. So first, you connect as an artist with a scientist, and as a scientist, it's easy for me to understand what's going on. But then you get to a point where you find the emotional idea, as you said. Like, there is this idea, and this relates to something, to my history, or to something that emotionally impact me and impact other people. And then you find an artistic vulgarization, because then the scientist can be very frustrated, because scientists never get to a real conclusion. It's always a if and maybe, but if you need to change things, you need to vulgarize, you need to conclude something as an artist, and you need to assume, like being like the face of this dialogue you create. But I really see, like, if you bring, like, as an artist, and why did I approach as an artist all this information and stuff we want to communicate, is because I see that when you talk with arguments, maybe again, I will never agree with you on some topics, maybe I will never get to a conclusion, but if I can touch you, and if I can emotionally impact your feeling, you connect a very different part of yourself to what you've gone through. And this is how I think, in my point of view, we can change things.
But there is only one very, very last thing. So, during the whole history, I know that we are in the 21st century, the age of specialization. Okay. But during the whole history, from the Arabic Renaissance through the Industrial Revolution in UK, this kind of heterogeneous knowledge sharing has been the catalyzer for innovation, always. Only these kind of spaces were to debate between different knowledge, humanists, engineers, artists, and wherever, not talking about innovation, just trying to envision the future and all this stuff. This was the key element. It's scientifically correlated, the number of English coffees and the innovation levels in UK during the Industrial Revolution. Yeah, and it was not only because they changed beer to coffee, it was because of that. It was because different people talking together, they were able to go to the ideas. It's not because I give you the idea or you give me the idea. It's this kind of debates with a more holistic vision. Just put the ingredients where to have the final idea. We are in a trouble now. Oh, the other day we did this event, and it's super nice, well, not super nice, super scary when you see the experts in oceans telling that this part will be floated. And you know, yes, in the next 50 years, sure, yeah, maybe they don't know if it's there or there, but it will be floated. So this, and people, yeah, it's not that, but this is the kind of thing that at least we need to be together to discuss, to envision or whatever, and then go back to your lab, and then you can do whatever you can do. But these kind of hotspots can create the spoons. And then you take your one and go. Here we do a lot of workshops on this field, and for me it's amazing when you put different people together to really friction. and decide and go, because we have to deliver in 2 weeks something, and then we will be a bit shamed when people arrive because there is nothing there. And you ask all of them what's the better for them, there is always a different thing. This is super interesting. So the better thing for her is different than me because he was looking for different things than me. So this is the important thing, but then you can go back and conclude. Do you want to say just the very last question, the very last thing, and then?
You just, I mean, you said almost all of the things I was going to say, that we all need everyone. So, I mean, artists don't like numbers, it's fine, but as long as they also combine with scientists who really like numbers and do it, okay? So I think the idea is that social scientists, biologists, artists, etc. So working together to create that, to make sure that there is a strategy to make the project efficient, okay, mainly. And also another part that I would like to highlight here is communication, okay? Not just the work that we do locally, but also how we spread the impact, making a communication be efficient as well. And each one of these projects is in itself a way to communicate, has developed their own way. Sculpture, the VR, the sculpture under the water, etc., etc. So it would be nice also in this handbook, in this toolkit that Maria's team is going to develop, to also highlight these methodologies for communication that each of you is using. Because each country has its own ways, okay? So this is really key, and very often we don't value enough communication, and I think it's really, really important. I tell you because I'm doing it and it's really hard. and it is very
Okay, thank you, Antonella, Ify, Chiara, thank you all. Our Ukrainian partners, Svetlana and Valerie, your turn. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Okay, first of all, nice to meet you all. Thank you that we are here today. Thank you for this amazing initiative. Whoa. And we're here today to present our next step of our Kyiv Whale Eco Hubs, from iconic public artwork to spaces for water literacy, environmental education, and collective actions. We talk today, and I just take that we unite together artists and scientists. In our project, we have a big attention to people from media and press. For us, it's special audience, what we involve in our projects for 3, 4, and 5 years. And when you have another ecological event and no one TV doesn't want to go, we have our agents, press people, journalists who are with us 3 years, 4 years, and they go to the redactor and say, no, we need to be there. It's very important, because I was in the several meetings before, and I understand that it's important for all of us. And it's very important that we now live in an era when we are under the press of a lot of information every time. And for wide audience to have attention for one special thing is too hard, because everyone have a lot of information all day. And to take the attention, you need to be cool, you need to be in trend, you need to concurrate with Netflix and other entertainment. And it's things unite a lot of our projects, and today we with Key Whale Eco Hubs, and let's start. Okay. In our project, we have a lot of activities. We work with a different audience, and we have a lot of challenges. If you know, now Ukraine in the 4 years in war, and we start this project before war, and when the war is every time changing situation. You plan something, you can do this plan, because every day something change. That's why in our project, but every challenge for you, every border for you is not new possibility. We live like this a lot of years, and for now, in our project, we plan to make this our eco hubs under the whale sculpture. It was a good idea because it's a lot of people there, and it's a good environment by through the rocket shelling, through the blackouts, through the minus 20 degrees. We can do it under the whale. We find the really cool location, what was warm with electricity, what was safety, and it became like a shelter for people who come to us to be together with a big aim.
Okay. I want to also remember about that when we started to do the Kiev Whale in 2020, it was beginning from the, I was the head of the volunteer on the Chernobyl big fires, and we bring this idea that we need something for the attention to the air pollution, because nobody know why on our news it was the information that the Kiev on the first place in the world with the worst air. Nobody know why, but it was like a panic, you know, because like Chernobyl every time it's a panic on the news. Yes. So after that we decided to do this project. We collaborate with other guys. We collaborate with other projects to bring it together. And when we do and we are prepared, there is a COVID starts, and it was also COVID restriction. And we think, okay, maybe we can't do everything we plan. But in the end, we also changed, and we do the cleaning sessions on the streets at the time when it was like we have restrictions that we can't produce the sculpture because it was restricted to like a
4 workers in one room.
Yes,
only
so
2.
Something like that. Yeah. So we decided, okay, we will do the big collection on the streets, and for the people it was also good because they not was closed on the rooms. They will go to the streets and they have a time. They go to the parks. It was like, you know, the good distance between of them. So every time they change can be used, you know, in the better way, because every time it can open you the new roads.
Also, in this project, we have a big involvement of adults and also with young people and with our schoolers. And we plan that we involve 10 schools and nearly the 50 or 70 schoolers. But when we understand that we can't gather them in one location because it's not safety, we go online and make for them online session. They make things by their hands online, and we have more than 200 children in one session. Children all over the regions, from front regions, the children who was removed, and all of them can do something by their hands. In one day, we recycle an old clothes. In home, they find old clothes and make toys for dogs who live on the streets, because dogs on the streets do need some toys. And it was really nice, and it was really warm, and we have a really good emotional connection after this. Before this things, they have an election. We explain for them why we this do, why it's important. We have special teachers who explain this, and also we told them that to be sustainability is our part of our identity. And they grow with this understanding that it's normal and we need to be the safety of the planet.
Yes, the project consists from the many parts. You know, we tell about the water story labs. It's like workshops and lections and we have meetings with the directors who work with movies about ecology and like that. Also, we have an art accelerator for the schools, so we collaborate between kids, artists, they produce together, and scientists, yes, they have like a session together, and they propose the concept of the art piece, but not like a super, like art piece. It's like a small art piece for the exhibition in the school. We say like, okay, it will be like a exhibition in the box. So we will prepare it, send it to the school, and you can produce it, in the school. But it will be not like the school. It will be quality. It will be the real good quality, like the art, like from the art side art piece, and also it will be connect between the technology and connect with the science. So we really happy about it because exhibit you can see on our stand. Yes, what they propose.
What they propose? Yes,
yes,
and
it's like the final because on the we see how they collaborate, and it's beginning from the, when some of the kids paint something, not so beautiful, and it will be evolve. In the end, they have like a big concept, and we think, yes, maybe it will be normal to produce like a big exhibition, not like a school science, but like.
I talked something about methodology of our Art Accelerated. It's not only Art Accelerated that we take them and say, okay, do something. No, we have the few sessions and a lot of lecture about water literacy. We explain, we understand. Then we have from one part, we have lectures about water literacy, where we live, why this important. And the second one, we invite artists that talk how to create an art. Or what you begin, what etaps, what do you need to start. And then in the end, they have all these ideas, they have all this information, and we say, okay, now you need to decide inside you what's the idea you want to prepare. And then artists and scientists try to grow this like curators, yes, this exhibit that through the children, from children to children, through these exhibits to show for our children what they want to talk about. Yes, what the main things that they interested in all these our lections that we have. And
it's like a small biennale for the kids. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Also, we have like a few open lections. Oh, okay. Yes. And events. We collaborate with many culture and ecology activists. They go to the Chernobyl and see how the scientists care about the water on this really complicated region, because they mostly focused on the radioecology, but also they do like even the wartime, they test the water like 7 times in the week. So it's really a lot. Yes. And yes, and the other part, we also produce the sound. We record the sounds from the Kiev rivers, like not big rivers like Dnipro, but also from the small rivers. Yes, and the artist produced like a soundtrack for the Kiev whale. And what we do the next, the Kiev whale will have like the light show. We call it light show, but okay. And for every day, 1 hour will be played this like a special program with this music and the ambient music produced from these sounds and prepared light program. Yes, and also yes, we have like a web portal for dissemination and present the results. So yes, we have a web portal when we also shown what the data we collect from the kids and from the people.
Okay. I talk something about Chernobyl. Why about Chernobyl? Because Chernobyl, it's one of the biggest man-made catastrophe of the world, and it's territory near the territory of the Luxembourg. It's in the center of Ukraine. It's in nearly 100 kilometers from the center of Kiev. And we work a lot with Chernobyl topic because it touch everything. It touch ecology, it touch social questions, it touch nature and biodiversity, because now in Chernobyl 10 years ago was one decision that today we see it was one of the best decisions to make the Chernobyl Chernobyl resort inside the Chernobyl exclusion zone. And now we see in the most radiation polluted zone
recovering of the nature. Nature recover yourself. The exclusive animals back. The nature is grows. Everything is cleaning, and we have a lot of inspiring stories from the Chernobyl exclusion zone that have a lot of likes in social media when we see like cows who live in Chernobyl exclusion zone when it was people became wild, and how they happy when they live wild. It's one of the biggest story because everyone says, "Wow, they can't live in wild. This home animal." No, they're so happy, and we look for them. The Przewalski horses and a lot of different things, and we even in this pollution area, you see how the nature can help themselves to live without people, and not radiation, but the people can harm more. Okay, let's go further. Okay. And about the Kiev whale, some showing, this is our whale, how it was, and we show how it how it starts.
And this is also him, just from a year ago. Boss. However, with all these kilograms of trash, it's quite hard to recognize him now.
I guess it would probably take at least 10 full days to clean everything.
We collected raw materials for future preparations with Kai events.
Well, there you have it, everyone. This is what consumption leads to. Come on, it's a complete and utter dump there.
Plastic bags, disposable plates and cups. The trash bins are right there, but they still won't pick them up, and I feel so bad.
They participated in this cleanup 7 times and also collected pre-sorted items from 25 schools. A portion of the collected waste went for recycling, and the bottle caps were used as plates for the whale.
We chose these different colors here, so it would look like a whale. We take the caps, recycle them, then shreds them. We get this powder and we pour it onto a table where it's pressed. It's pressed into a sheet.
The already finished pieces were cut into triangles.
And in the meantime, the craftsmen began to assemble the metal framework.
They are doing the welding. You can already see we have the support.
Initially, the Kiev whale weighed 2 tons. Now its size has been reduced by 2/3. There are 700 plastic triangles that will form its skin, and each one is a different size. Chiliki, swateke.
We need to remeasure every single triangle, and on the computer see which part of the whale it comes from and where it precisely fits. Along the outer edge, we will see to be inserted with a minimal gap. That's how it will be inserted.
Just 2 more weeks of continuous effort, and here it is, Ukraine's largest sculpture made from recycled garbage.
Okay, it was how it was. And it was the first public art, and when we want to place it in the center of Kiev, we have a lot of permissions, we have a lot of law regulations for this, and we have, okay, we will accept your sculpture, but when we start, okay, we have different answer. We didn't want that something told that our air is not clear. Or we didn't want to have so big sculpture here. We think that it will be small. And a lot of different things. And when we find the place, it was abandoned. No one was there. And in the 4 years, we see how the public art works. In 4 years, now, near the Kiev whale, we have cultural center that names whale, and they have the most
Yes, it's a big place for events, because you see that it's like a 9 pavilion of the Kiev Expo Center. It was not so abandoned. Svetlana said it was like nice, but not so fashioned. Now it's fashioned. Yes, they reopen this place for the events. On
for
the other
social
side,
projects.
you can see the other pavilion. It was renamed to the More. There was planned before the war. There was planned to do the place for the education, like the modern courses and like that. And they also more on Ukrainian language, it's like a more. It's literally translated like a sea. Yes, and also many years ago in the Soviet time, this pavilion was named like a Dary Morya. I don't know how to
about
translate.
hunting in the sea.
Gifts
It's
of the sea.
rethinking of the old tradition to fishing, yes, and
something like
rethinking
that.
for something ecological.
Yes, and they also rebuilt this fountain, and from the other side, it's a new rebuild the art center like that. So it's super nice when we see like on the 5 years, you know, the environment transform, you know, on their own eyes, even during the wartime. You know, it's super cool. Because we have like old photos, you know, and now you see the modern photos, like oh, it's like someone came and renovated, you know, around. So
And
super good.
it's very important when you want to scale the idea, you need to build a community. And community built near the art is really good idea, because if people like your art, they will gather, and they didn't think that's about the art. They just like a place. They just like a place. They just like to be together. The people with same interest will gather in together and do changes. It's about Bauhaus, yeah, European Bauhaus ideas too. And it was good idea to make eco hubs under the Kyiv whale, but through some challenges that we say, what we have it now. We have missile strikes in residential areas and the energy grid blackouts lasting up to 72 hours, and temperature down to 20 degrees. And when it's blackouts, a lot of electricity is burned. It's no one work it, and it's not possible to light the whale. And if it's a lot of ice, it's a lot of water, a lot of different things. It was like missile impossible, but we find the way. And today,
But we try to make it possible, yeah.
Yes.
So like before the new year, it was the missile strike, and after that, the transformator was collapsed, and they rebuilt it. And after the new year, on the next missile strike, you know, it was electronic system was burned, even the wires, you know, something like that. So they need also like 2 weeks for rebuild it again, and we hope it will work more, you know. Okay, so also the one of the idea that we understand we need to promote to the other like children and everybody, because this how the war affects to the nature and the we call it ecocide, yes, but you know, it's like on the Ukraine it's a little bit different, and we have like a lot of the bad news about the nature, about everything, like not only about the river and the water, and about everything. We will not put it a lot and tell about it, but I think you will understand. Yes, and also the really good film about it is called Divya. It's like a documentary film. It's like a 1 hour and a half without narration, only the pictures, you know, from the drones, from the above, and just showing how the war influenced to the nature. It will be like a short, you know, because they filmed like a 1 hour and a half. It's so
Yes.
hard and inspiring in the one moment. Yes.
And we talk about that nature can be just a silence victim of the war. And we need to unite and to protect our nature. And it's very important to understand that the military conflict make a big difference to nature. In one day, we have a lot of rocket shells. In one day, we have a lot of dead animals. everywhere, and it cannot be easy to understand. And you live and you try to survive, and then you see what happened outside with the nature and decide to help someone. It's very important things that help Ukrainians to live all this, yes. When you feel that you can't control anything in your life, you just need to start and to understand for whom you can help. And when you change this your mind, that I can do anything, but I can help someone, you back your control on your life, and you can do something. And that's why our Kyiv Whale Eco Hub unite people who want to do something, to help nature, to recycling, to do something, even is everyone think, oh, what I can do, what my recycling decide in this whole situation, but a lot of, no, maybe your simple things that you do will help in a lot of, when it's 1 million people will do, will different make change, when the natures need your help more than everyone. And now we show our atmosphere, what we have.
Conditions, people showed up. This is very, very encouraging. It lifts the spirits and inspires to continue with creative work. But it's possible to take small steps that are accessible to every single person.
You lay down the item, then cover it, secure it in place, and then you press. And then after 35 seconds, you take it out, and you get this really cool-looking creation little packets.
So you understand that this isn't a dump. You already understand that this is an artistic medium, and that you can express yourself here.
Just the lecture about mushrooms truly resonated with me quite deeply, because I had honestly never even considered the idea that it's actually possible to create construction materials from them, as it turns out, and that was genuinely fascinating to learn about. What I understand is that we must coexist with nature for our entire lives, and if it were to vanish or be destroyed, then the blame would be entirely ours. What also profoundly affected me was witnessing the trash when the water receded in Zaporizhzhia, and there was simply an immense quantity of garbage, especially giant pipes from Zaporizhzhia plants from which fuel oil was escaping.
I thought it was really interesting because everyone was making such beautiful butterfly nets.
This is much more interesting than a standard lecture. It's always about communication, on social networks, because it's always about photographs, posts, and stories. That way more people get to know about it.
Ask more questions. As they say, it's crucial not to lose your interest in life, to step beyond the usual limits, beyond having attained some kind of social status or a professional position. As if you can simply continue along this well-worn path, you really need to stay curious. Especially, in times like these, it actually provides an even greater psychotherapeutic effect.
Okay. And yes, and here, your part.
Yes, and also about collecting the data. Yes, because we built on our website like a smart application when we can show what kind of data we collect, and because we also have like a other project when we unite more than 500 of the schools, and we also involve them to collect the data and analyze the water, and with scientists we produce like the small, road maps how you can analyze data in a small laboratory in the school, and like that, and they was participate like really good and a lot, sometimes. We understand like, okay, we can not go directly to every school, yes, but this possibility to do online, and sometimes the people want, during this time, want to do something, so they are even more active. So we see like the activities quite big. Yeah, and like our methodology, yes, Svetlana was to tell about it, but mostly we shape this technology like many years for every our project, because we work with different projects on the different important for us topics like Chernobyl, and from the Chernobyl we also evolve, to the work with the ecology and the air pollution, and now with the water pollution. So mostly we involve people, sometimes we involve artists and scientists, they will collaborate together. Many years ago we started to do the first Ukrainian Biennale of digital art. So, and we also I was open as a curator, okay, for the normal Biennale, it's also you have a big exhibition and you collect the artists, work with them for the 1 year, and they produce a new art piece for this topic. And also what we do many times, we do the same things, we work with the artists, we work with the scientists, we work with the kids, and every time we have this loop, because we see how is effective, how the creativity bring together between of them, and we see the result, because we see the artists who was the kids many 5-8 years ago, and now they grow up, and it's so inspiring every time, because we see how they have this traction, and how the many good ideas arise and grow up with them.
Many voices.
Yes. And Denis, who was on the interview, is a scientist. Yes, he also every time want to collaborate with the kids, with the artists, without everybody. Yes, because in the beginning the scientists, they are not open for the art. It's
and also we collaborate.
In the 5 years they understand a lot, and we see them on the art exhibition, and we see that they are now understand the deep, or some kind of the artwork.
We received CV in our company. I was on the first year event when I was 13. Now I want to work with you. And it's really inspired, and this is impact that you have in the long time. Maybe it's not everyone, but a lot of people who decide to be a journalist, a lot of people who decide to be an artist, a lot of people who decide to be in public and to talk with people. Because for us, is now we have the gap that everyone thinks that this is need to be one organization who need to decide this question, not me. That someone will fix everything. No, there is no adults in the room. That's only we adults in this room. And it's very important thing that we try to explain about radical self-awareness about everything that you have in your life. Only your radical involving in the process can change it. And every time when we work with artists, when we work with children, we work with our press community, we grow it with us, because we have a lot of different people inside it. But it's very important, and we measure our impact also with just coverage. Just coverage. How many people just hear about your project? Because it's a first step. It's like a big first step. Someone here, it's again, and it will be involved more. And that's why we work a lot with the impact of our project in press media. And today, the World Whale Day in Kyiv. The Kyiv whale will shine again and sound with the voices of Kyiv rivers to unite the community and volunteers in their project. And it will be a live stream on national TV channels today at 5 p.m. in Kyiv and 6 p.m. here in Spain.
No, 6 for 4. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. I mean, trying to, even in these bad days. Okay, now we will go for lunch. Thank you, Shona. We will move Shona presentation to after lunch. Okay, the lunch will be here. I will ask you all to go over there, take a box, and put it on the table, okay? And then you just move again. Please use the rubbish, okay? I don't want to see empty dishes or glasses in anywhere, okay? Thank you very much. Back at 3. to set up everything here. So it's thank you. But we will continue with Shona. That thanks to her we could lunch. But now she will explain us a really nice project. So Shona.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Is this working? I'm not used to microphones, so and I hope I managed to keep you all awake because you're probably all very sleepy. Is that? Yeah, there we go. So hola, Feskama. My name is Shona, and I run Climavore Kick, which is a community interest company based in Skye and Rassay, which are islands in the Inner Hebrides of the northwest coast of Scotland. Our work explores how people can continue to live well on and with the coast as humans change the climate. So Climavore is essentially, some of you are omnivores, some of you are vegetarians, some of you are vegans. So being a climavore is eating according to the climate. So just in case some of you don't know, this is where Skye is, and this is where I've traveled to over the past 2 days. And some facts. It was interesting earlier talking about the coast being far away, but in Skye you're never more than 5 miles away from the sea or a coast because it's so undulating. Climavore's work in Skye emerged through a commission by the artist duo Cooking Sections back in 2017, responding to the ecological damage caused by intensive salmon farming and the need to transition towards regenerative coastal food systems. So I would question salmon being on the menu at lunch, but that's another story. Our continued work is grounded in the idea that seaweed and bivalves offer not only a low-impact form of food production, but also the opportunity to rethink our relationship between people, the ecology, and the sea. So since becoming a community interest company in 2019, Climavore's work follows 3 main pillars. They are relearning, regrowing, and rebuilding. And the panel discussion earlier, I think, was quite interesting in this idea that we deliberately don't call them learning, growing, and building. This idea of relearning, regrowing, it's like looking to the past and the traditions and thinking how we can sort of bring them into the contemporary way of working. Each of these strands is interconnected and interdependent. And whilst our project Tidal Gardens focuses on the regrowing strand, I think you'll see, hopefully through this presentation, how it brings in these other strands as well. So Tidal Gardens has been a programme of interdisciplinary workshops with the ultimate aim of creating an intertidal sea garden. It's been a participatory process of community-led exploration, using the project as research practice to ask what a tidal garden could mean, where it could belong, and what it could function as some kind of shared coastal commons for the island. We've delivered a total of 10 workshops over the last 6 months and an exhibition, engaging what I've estimated to be around 500 people. So in an island with a population of 10,000, that's not too bad. And with age ranges from 0 to 89. We've collaborated with 14 different workshop facilitators and experts ranging from choreographers, social scientists, marine scientists, artists, writers, and academics, or creative people. We prioritised groups at risk of exclusion in a rural island context, including elderly residents, Gaelic speakers, and homeschooled children and families, as well as the events being spread all across the island and being free, so we could engage as many people as possible. In Skye and in Scots Gaelic, there's a concept called dulcus, which is a Gaelic word, which means a deep connection between people, place, and the community, rooted in both cultural heritage and ecological responsibility. And this concept has been the kind of centre to our Tidal Gardens project. And here's a couple of nice images just to show you of people in Skye. So whilst it's rooted in this term, this concept of dulcus has been eroded over time. We've lost that interconnection between these different things. And I think we've aimed to demonstrate through this project a clear pathway from engagement to action with citizen involvement across each phase. So ocean literacy has been increased through hands-on biodiversity surveys, embodied learning, and traditional knowledge exchange. Awareness of the pressures has been deepened through conversations on pollution, industrial extraction, climate impacts and food insecurity. And mobilization has been achieved through co-design and the creation of a shared vision for our coastal commons that supports restoration and long-term care, with the first parts of the intertidal garden being installed next week, all being well if the weather is kind. So through this process, the project has strengthened both ecological understanding and community capacity, helping local people reclaim a role as stewards of their coast, ensuring that the ocean remains a living, thriving system for future generations. So just to elaborate a little bit of some of the pressures that Skye is facing at the moment, beyond being very rural. There's an aging population, schools are closing, and we've got a capacity of 900 in the high school and it's down to less than 500. There's high levels of tourism. You may saw earlier that we get 1 million tourists every year when we've got a population of 10,000. A huge number of holiday homes and second homes, low paid seasonal employment and increasing food insecurity. This is a local supermarket this year where the shelves were bare. So alongside mounting coastal and marine pressures, industrial salmon farming, dredging, marine pollution and a military testing activity which happens around the islands. So within this context, the project asks a critical question: how might coastal communities strengthen resilience, well-being and ecological stewardship through the intertidal zone? And from the outset, we sought to think of the tidal gardens as a coastal commons, rooted in collaboration, community, care and local vision. Beyond being a source of food, how could it become a third space? Not home, not work or school, but much like the intertidal zone, this liminal space in between, where new ideas and connections could grow and thrive. So I'll now talk a little about each of the workshops, which were all structured around sort of critical guiding provocation or question. Oh, I missed that one. That was one of our drawings of what a tidal garden could be. So our first workshop was in October, and I asked, what does the sea awaken in the body? For this, we worked with a choreographer and researcher called Dana McPherson on a day-long somatic movement workshop in Tarskavig in the south of Skye. For those of you who don't know, and I still find it hard to quite grasp this, somatics is a field of study that focuses on the body as experienced from within. Our internal sensations, perceptions, movements, through this lens, one explores how self and environment can be perceived and experienced as interrelated. So we each had a score, which there are copies of up on the table there. So a score, like in music, is like a set of instructions. So we went down to the shoreline and we each had this score and we embodied our movements like the sea. So we had a photographer there who took these amazing photos of us all moving like waves and listening to the water and sort of feeling it, which I think was talked earlier about this kind of emotional connection you feel rather than the sort of scientific. We then took these movements back to the hall and we shared our favorite movements that we did, and we also did some creative drawing, sort of embodying that kind of feeling into creative practice. Our second workshop went in the completely opposite direction, and we worked with Portree High School biology students on a workshop called Who Do We Share Our Shores With? This is Hayley, who's a marine biologist in Skye, and she took the school kids, the teenagers, down to where the tidal garden will be on the most miserable day you can imagine. They all refused to wear waterproof clothing and any suitable clothes for being outside, as teenagers do. And they learned about biodiversity surveys, species identification, and also considering how to identify what might make a good space for a tidal garden. Also, just to highlight, so this is where the tidal garden is going to be, and this is an archive photograph of the same location from the Archive Centre in Portree. So it shows that this location has a strong history of being used and the seaweed being actively collected, probably here as a fertilizer. And then the students were given the homework to go to a beach or a shoreline near their home and do an intertidal survey and assess whether it would be suitable for a tidal garden. And they came back with this most amazing map that they created with all these different beaches which they'd assessed. And the one that they came top of was actually where we're going to be doing the project, which is great. Then the same week, we ran 2 workshops titled What Can We Eat for Free? Which is a deliberate provocation, because as you probably know, nothing is for free, even if it is foraged. For this, we worked with a forager called Lucy Cook. And for the first workshop, we took the outside indoors into a care home in Skye. We chose to go on a Thursday because the residents from Staffen, which is an area of deprivation in the north of Skye, who are a stronghold of Gaelic speakers, and they also still use seaweed quite a lot in cooking. So that's Lucy there, and also there's Marianne Kennedy, who's a Gaelic speaker and a singer. So she performed some Gaelic songs, and there was lots of sharing of stories and knowledge. That was going to be my video, but and for this workshop, I think what's important is this understanding of traditional ecological knowledge being just as valuable as scientific knowledge. And I think it was highlighted earlier that this sort of intergenerational passing down, this knowledge of where you might collect certain things and how you would just take what you needed and make sure you leave enough for the next person, was really quite special. She even showed them her seaweed underwear, which they loved. And they weren't supposed to eat this seaweed because it was collected from a shore that we weren't sure how clean it was, but they got straight in there. And I hope they're both still alive. But yeah, they were amazing to work with. And then we shared some food as a sort of thanks. So we made seaweed butter and seaweed crisps, and a traditional seaweed pudding from Skye, which is made with carrageen, which they all loved. And we had hoped that would have been an intergenerational workshop and we would have brought children into it, but it didn't work out for various reasons. So the next day we ran another workshop with Lucy the forager, but this time in the south of Skye with homeschool children. So this is a group of kids who often miss out on kind of formal educational opportunities through the high school, and often they're children with additional support needs who don't fit into the kind of mainstream educational system. So we took them down to this beach, and Lucy showed them how to responsibly forage for seaweeds. They were very enthusiastic, took lots of notes, and it was just really amazing getting them down into that space and sharing Lucy's knowledge with them. We then went back to the local hall, and again, food is very central to obviously all the stuff we do, and every event we had some sort of food related. So we had a seaweed broth and a seaweed chocolate cake afterwards, which we used as an opportunity to continue the conversation and find out more about what they would like from a tidal garden. Then, just before Christmas, we had a workshop with scientists from the Scottish Association of Marine Science, which is a bit of a tongue twister. And we had an amazing turnout. This was a family rock pooling workshop, and we were competing with a reindeer parade in Santa. So we were thrilled when we got 40 kids and families came down. This was with both social scientists and marine scientists. So this is Susie Billing and Clive, I think his name was. And Susie's the social scientist. And both of us have young children, so a lot of the conversations came around this idea of that's where the question came from. What future do we want for our children? What do we want their coastline to be like? And we found some amazing creatures there on what was a miserable day. The children all loved it, just sort of puttering about in the shoreline. And the families, I think, all really enjoyed doing a collective activity together. And we were thrilled when the highlight was finding this squid, which none of us knew existed there, and the kids called Bob. So he also had pride of place in our exhibition. And then the outcomes of that we used this as an opportunity to have conversations with the different people on the shoreline. And these were some of the kind of ideas that came out of what the families wanted for their children, I guess, what the future should be, and this idea that our kids should know more than we do, I thought was quite powerful. Then into January, we had a workshop called Can We Weave a New Ecological Future? And you'll see one of the results of that up at my table, which is a basket. And for this, we worked with an artist called Caroline Deere, who does a lot of weaving, traditional weaving, and she had that knowledge and that skill has been completely lost from Skye. There's no one in the island who knew how to do this, so she had to go to Orkney in the Northern Isles to find out, and she brought the skill back, and now she teaches people how to do it. She's done she's woven things for us before, including with heather, which would be traditionally used as for fishing ropes. But here we just used some local grasses. And this was a workshop we did in collaboration between Caroline and another person called Catherine McFarlane, who was a poet. And the idea was between the two of them to think about new speculative futures. So there's some examples of the writings we did up there as well, where I don't know if you've done it before. It's like consequences with drawing, where you draw a head, a body, or legs, but with writing, so you write a line and then you roll it over and the next person writes another line, and collectively you create a future based around this idea of a tidal garden. So you're welcome to have a read of them. We went down to the shoreline as well. Here's some images of us writing. And we created a creel, a traditional creel, and a basket, both of which will be installed into the tidal garden. We also created a one-word poem where each of us, when we were down on the shoreline, thought of one word that it meant to us, and then we put them together into this poem. We also created some haikus, all around the idea of a tidal garden and what it might mean to people. Then we did a co-design workshop with the artist cooking sections who set up Climivore. So they came up to Skye and this idea of cultivating the intertidal zone, enhancing food security in Skye and Rassie. So the workshop involved 2 separate sessions for adults, but we also had children's activities happening at the location too, connecting the kids or keeping them entertained while the adults could have a proper conversation. And this is some of the workshop we did in the local sailing club right by the sea. And there were some great things came out of it, which you can see on the 3 big scrolls up there. And this is kind of really forming, I think, the blueprint of what a tidal garden can be. There was lots of different things came out of it, from it being a gym to some sort of place for cooking, Muscle Mondays and Welk Wednesdays. But also this idea of creating some kind of space, whether it's putting some benches in it or something, and suddenly it becomes a community space. And these are the kind of sort of main, I guess, the main sort of headings that came out of all of that. Then these are the final 2, you'll be pleased to know. How can coastal communities become stewards of their shoreline? So this is where we really began to interrogate ownership and access, which are, as Fran highlighted earlier, are subjects that I've had to deal with a lot. And the complexities are really, really difficult. So who owns Scotland, I guess, is a big question. Half of Scotland's shoreline is owned by the Crown Estate and half is privately owned. There is one small area in the Isle of Lewis, which is community owned, but other than that, the community does not own any part of the shoreline. Just to give an example of how this happens, I guess. So the highlighted area in red was just purchased by a Canadian family. 20,000 acres in the Isle of Skye, which they plan on rewilding, green energy, and no real mention of the community or the people. And this is something that's growing with the Danish billionaire who owns the most land in Scotland, the private land. Basically, Scotland is for sale for people who want to greenwash and offset and all these very problematic issues. And with that land often comes the foreshore. So as you can see with the posters and behind you and these, we worked with a graphic designer who amazingly distilled the past several centuries, from the 18th century to present day, into 4 posters of the use and exploitation of Scotland's foreshores, and specifically Skye's foreshore. So we start with this one, which is about this idea of the foreshore being this communal space where everyone could use it. You would take what you needed. She's smiling, but it wasn't necessarily a happy time, but it was a much more reciprocal time. There's 2 people in the boat, there's a few houses, not many sheep. Then we move on to, oh, I've done these in the wrong way. No, I haven't. Early 19th century. Then we move on to the early 19th century, when what was called the kelp boom happened. So this was when the landowners, so the people normally associated with the land, realized they could make money from the foreshore. So with the Napoleonic Wars, you could burn kelp to make potash and also soap and glass. So there was this massive boom where people were forced into labor on the foreshore, and the landlords made lots of money. And then in the mid-19th century, it got even worse. You can see there's more sheep now on the headland, and there's no one in the boat. There's not really anyone on the shore, and the landlord is making lots of money because people have been cleared from Scotland, from the Highlands, and sent to Canada and America. And again, the exploitation. And then present day, which is full of issues, as you can see. We've got salmon farming, we've got holiday homes, tourism, a trawler, wild swimming, because it's not just swimming anymore, lots of pollution. According to the children on the workshop, this man is about to barbecue a hand. And we've got a signage to the beach, because we now need a sign to tell us how to get to the shoreline. Before you didn't need that. So we worked with a group called Team Otter and Corey Capers for this workshop, who managed to distill these ideas down into what they would like for the future. So we worked with an actor and a performer called Daniel Cullen, and that's Caitlin as well, who designed the posters. We served the children copious amounts of Dulce hot chocolate, and they came up with some amazing individual drawings of what they wanted the future of the shoreline to be. Of which it's interesting that all of them included people, and none of them questioned the idea that they wouldn't have access to that space. And then together, Caitlin, they each chose what was the most important thing from their image, and Caitlin put them together into a collective poster, which I've brought with me. And that's what they would like the future to be. And then we also did another workshop with Daniel, using the same posters as a starting point, and we did collective writing this time about our personal connections to the shore, and he felt very strongly that we can have these ideas about what we want, but unless we know why we want it, there's no point in doing it. So we all had to think about our memories and our understanding of what the shore means to us, and when we really tap into that, we sort of create a kind of meaning for the importance of it for the future. And then I put all this together into an exhibition, which some photos here, which was really amazing to bring together elements of each of the workshops, so people who maybe came to one could actually see everything together and begin to understand the kind of common themes that came out of it, and the different ways that people could engage with the tidal zone and this idea. And we had some really great conversations as part of that, me being in the exhibition and people coming in, lots of different people, including tourists, which was amazing to speak to people from abroad about this as well. And then we had an opening as well, where we served climb over food. So this is a pea and nettle soup with a scallop on it, and a carrageen pudding as well, and some Harris gin, which is made with seaweed. And just some photos of people enjoying themselves. Catherine also did a reading as part of it. And then I'm just going to look at my notes again for the final bit. So I guess that was a whistle-stop tour of 6 months' work. So to close, the project's given Climb Over the opportunity to co-design a community sea garden for Skye's intertidal zone and to understand through direct and reciprocal engagement with a broad range of people what they want from such a space. Together we've strengthened cultural, emotional and ecological relationships to coastal food systems and long-term stewardship, framing the shoreline as a shared coastal commons. And so what's next? Well, as I say, next week we are hoping to install the tidal garden in Blackrock, just the rock there, alongside the initial kind of tidal gardening, so cutting back selected seaweeds and making small tidal pools. We'll be installing the woven pieces that we made in the workshops. And this really marks a kind of transition from these exploratory workshops into an active, visible community site that could begin to host regular gatherings, observation and shared learning. I should say that we only managed to actually do this because this is private land and I know the landowner. It's owned by Clan Nicholson. The only way to contact them is via an email address which takes you to an American who deals with all clan things related. But I know the local representation, Donnie Nicholson, who runs a local hardware store. So I could go and speak to him and ask him if he would mind me putting something in the water, to which he said, the clan will be fine. And getting around marine licensing by them telling me, as long as I don't use any mechanical means to put anything in the water, and it's temporary and easily to be removed, I can do it. Yes. So around this, we're going to develop a 12-month program designed to deepen local involvement and ensure the project continues to engage local communities. This will, of course, involve more fundraising. And we envision that it will evolve into a community-led coastal learning and stewardship site anchored by regular public activity. Local people will be continued to involve and to shape this garden's future. We think, based on some of the ideas, that this will include regular water testing and ecological monitoring, monthly citizen science gatherings. We're hopefully going to work with the sailing club to install a publicly accessible storage point with shared resources like nets, buckets, species identification guides so people could engage with it themselves. A longer term pathway towards establishing a children's coastal club, much like Team Otter in the south of the island, and Mussel Mondays and seasonal community meals down on the shoreline, as well as some sort of simple bench that marks this as a gathering space, that when you put a bench there, suddenly it changes how people engage with the space. And that's my son, who loves pottering, and I think that sort of shows a little bit about how we envision the tidal gardening to be kind of very minimal and promoting things that already grow there to grow more, not introducing new species. Yeah, more on time.
Thank you, Shiona. I have a question for you. Did his mom sign the informed consent? No, just kidding. But I have now I have an interesting question. Did you have some traction from the policy officers in the Skye interested in the project results?
Yeah. So I spoke with a local councillor, and there is interest and there is acknowledgement that licensing and things are an issue for allowing this kind of level of restoration or ecological engagement. But it's hard to change. That there's a lot of things happening at government level. So I think my next step is to start. We've got Scottish government elections in May, and so I think when that happens, that's the time to go in and speak to the new MSP. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Come on.
Hi. You mentioned a concept at the beginning. Could you maybe spell it out for me? Because I would like to learn more about it.
Dulcus? In a non-English. Do you want me to write? D-U-A. I just checked my Gaelic. It's Gaelic, yes. Yeah, D with a grave accent. T-H-C-H-A-S. Dulcus.
Gaelic.
It's Gaelic, yeah.
Gaelic.
Yeah. Scottish Gaelic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Shana. Anyone else want to ask something? No? Then we will move to the murals. Aniela, Blanca, and Jacek, right? First of all, I want to thank, I think so. No, the last one are the Art of Dredge because they want dark, but they don't know that Barcelona. We try. I mean, we are waiting for being dark, but no way. But in any case, yeah. Do you mind? Are you ready? I mean, yeah. I want to thank you. No problem. I want to thank you first for the mural done in a couple of hours, let's say. So, thank you. It's nice. We will do our best to keep it there. I mean, this is not the easier part of, because we have the salt and everything, so let's see how.
Oh, we are keeping it as a.
Yeah. I will try. I mean, I will wait for the.
I don't have to clean it.
Yeah. No. I just wanna keep it like it is. I mean, just to see what happens. I mean, yeah.
This is a science approach to the art. Like you will measure. You will measure.
Well, at least I will be here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for this. Hi everyone.
Hello.
This is Blanca.
This is Aniela.
Daniela, exactly. We're going to start like this. We've got a film that we want to show first, just to kind of get you a bit engaged, and then we're going to explain what's going on in the film a bit more.
Yeah, it's a trailer of our project.
The way it's going to go is that we're going to show you a film, then we're going to tell you about the partnership and the collaboration, then we're going to show you what we've done, so the results, and then we're going to tell you a bit more how we've done it, about the workshops that happened, and then what we were going to do, what we want to do next. So that's kind of what's going to happen. And at this point, it would be just really nice if the film played, I suppose.
Właśnie morze też pełni bardzo ważną funkcję w naszym życiu. Jest kluczowe dla naszego przetrwania fizycznego, ale też duchowego. No i robimy te murale, żeby o tej relacji sobie trochę pogadać. Będzie w tym dużo tej innowacji technologicznej, no bo robimy właśnie biomateriały z zasobów morza. Ja zrobiłam tylko ekspozytor. Tak, i właśnie to powstało wszystko w tydzień, więc też macie skalę czasu. Wow, to bo to zrobili ludzie na warsztatach, kilka osób dosłownie. I to jest też mega ważna wasza rola, żeby w ogóle jakoś opowiedzieć tą historię morską.
Myślałem o jakichś takich ścianach, które są niżej, wiesz, takich niskich gdzieś.
Szukam właśnie ludzi, którzy mogą opowiedzieć, jak wyglądało dno morskie w latach 60.
Tutaj, to są moi dziadkowie, wszyscy jesteśmy z Łodzi.
Bo ja wam chcę opowiedzieć o głównych zasobach materiału, z których możemy korzystać. I zaraz to zastygnie i to już będzie galareta, w której nie można pracować.
Dopuszczamy degradowalność niektórych tych realizacji, więc jeżeli na przykład jedna rzecz będzie się wytrącała, to ta realizacja też może w czasie się zmieniać, nie?
I w środku żyje taki podłużny robaczek.
Pięknie to wygląda.
Każde te jajeczko to jest osobny organizm, one nie mogą żyć samodzielnie, mogą żyć tylko razem i tworzą taką armię, która się cudownie uzupełnia.
No to fajna idea,
tylko że się nie
wspólnoty,
przemieszczają.
nie? Jakby...
Wspólnota mieszkaniowa SM Brzeźno.
O, słuchaj, to jest temat.
No i teraz przed nami bardzo trudne zadanie ubrania tych naszych materiałów i tematów w jakieś problemy naukowe, które chcemy opowiedzieć.
To, co ja sobie gdzieś tam opracowałem, to jest jakiś rodzaj deseniu a la Widlik. Więc teraz mogę w architekturę wchodząc po prostu używać go jako wzór, jako ornament. No i co, i te skrzynki, te lampy i te kable, to wszystko trzeba będzie z tej elewacji wysprzątać przed robotą. Ale wydaje mi się, że ta ściana jest fajna całkiem.
No i myślę, że to jest mega ważne, żebyśmy zwracali się częściej pod tą powierzchnię wody i wiedzieli, co tam jest, co to są za skarby, bo jak mamy chronić coś, czego nie znamy.
Gdyby nie to wszystko, to też byśmy się nie poznały, nie?
No dokładnie! I właśnie to może ściąga takie niesamowite relacje i historie. No ja też poznałam tyle niesamowitych ludzi w przeróżnym wieku, z różnych miejsc, w których bym nigdy inaczej nie trafiła, nie? I to jest też bardzo fajne właśnie, to, że może buduje też jakieś relacje w nas.
This was just the beginning, how we started the whole project.
Yes, there's a longer version, but we're not going to torture you. Next time. We now need... Do we need to open it here? I think the presentation is there, no? I think Marina is going to put it on, maybe. Is it from here?
Yeah, but we have to put the password. It was closed. What would be a presentation without some technical issues?
It's not showing. Yeah, it's not working. Thank you. Here. So, here.
But it's not on the screen.
Sorry.
Jacek Blalek.
Great, we're back. Yes, so our project started with looking at how we can bring, as many of your projects, hopefully all, bringing together science, communication, art, and public, and through participatory processes to make something that can create an impact. And during the panel, we kind of discussed a bit what impact means. For us, it was really very much about just bringing people together, having this space where we can reflect and play a bit, and honestly just have a bit of fun as well around the subjects, and use art as this kind of mean to tell a story, but also get engaged with a subject that many people feel intimidated by, which is science, especially if you bring scientists on board. We've done it in a collaboration with the Institute of Oceanology of the Polish Academy of Sciences, and the Baltic Sea Cultural Center. And I think it's important for us to kind of start from saying why Baltic. specifically because, well, we're based in Poland, and that's a sea on the Polish coast. But also Baltic is one of Europe's most fragile marine ecosystems because it's semi-enclosed, things happen very slowly, the water exchange happens slowly. We are warming because it's not a massive sea, we are warming faster than many other waters, namely global ocean average, and Blanka can speak a bit more about this. But that puts a lot of pressure on the sea, impacts lots of different species, animal, plants, low salinity. So that's, yeah, that kind of connects very much.
Yeah, and the things that happened to the Baltic Sea happened, of course, because of our human behavior. And we fight with a huge biodiversity loss. We almost do not have fishes anymore in the Baltic Sea that we can eat. And the government pays for the fishermen to survive as a cultural piece itself. And this biodiversity started with just people actions. And now we talk more about this. And this is really important to show the people what's beneath the surface, literally, because if you don't know that this biodiversity loss is happening and to what it is happening, how you could act, how you could protect. It's like with this Kiev whale and dolphins, like we don't know that, and it's really important to just get to know each other, get to know with the algae, fishes, mussels, everything that grows in the Baltic Sea.
And with the participatory process, part of knowing the sea is also, as you said, part of knowing each other. Like sea almost became an excuse and the reason for people to come together. So it becomes very relational. I think it's important for us to also talk about where we've done it. So we've done it in a very particular part of Gdańsk, which is called Brzeźno. And it's this place where lots of different types of ways of being and stories overlap, because it used to be a fisherman village. Then it was a holiday resort, which it still is. And then you've got those kind of council house style tall buildings, and all those different layers overlap. Lots of very different communities, lots of different stories, lots of people that are passing because of the tourist element of it, but also lots of people who live there generationally and many who just lived there for the last few decades, right? So it's like this very specific tapestry of and very specific context.
And this is still a really extraordinary district of Gdańsk, because Gdańsk is one of the biggest cities in Poland, and this is one of the districts you can still find children playing outside and building, you know, stuff from the things they found outside from sticks. They play with sticks, I saw that, and it's not so common in other districts of Gdańsk, I would say. Kids are mostly in their iPhones.
Because it's also fairly green, you could say, yeah. And there is this generational exchange that happens. So these are the three locations that we've selected to create murals with communities influenced by, yes, those stories, but also stories of the sea and how do people see the sea and how do they relate to the sea and how they can personify the sea if the sea was a character, or if things in the sea were a bit more like us, and what is actually the difference. So it was a bit of a game that we played with lots of different communities. But then to be able to have a final result and kind of also bring this sense of, hey, we've done something together and it's at scale and now you can pass by it, it's a bit of a destination. We've chose 3 quite large scale surfaces to then bring those outcomes of community work and of those narratives and imaginations into those surfaces and carry that story forward. Because all those places are quite plain, and they in public, and they quite easy to find, let's say, and they just part of like the ordinary, you could say, life or the regular life. There isn't nothing like super special about them,
but I would say they represent few types of housing. Like they are all public but private. So we have like district council building, the first one. Then we have just a private wall, but it's really close to the main passage to the beach, so it's seen from everywhere. And this is not the prettiest backyard now, and this is a hotel. And it's a really representative big building that's also on the main route to the beach. And it also needs maybe some care after the 70s.
Yeah, but the point that we're also trying to make is that this is not like a city hall building, right? Or it isn't like a central location, important building in a town. It's one of many. And probably, well, our hope is that it's going to be more relatable. And so now we're going to talk a bit more about the structure in which we worked, because we brought together sciences, we brought together artists, and we brought together different types of communities that we had workshops with. So first we had carbonate organisms and shells, and you can see some of the prototype samples over there. Do you want to say something more, Blanca, or show? Do you want to bring?
Maybe I will grab some sample, yeah. Our first group contains one artist and a group of artists. At first we thought that they will work in pairs, but the discussion was so alive that our structure changed a lot, and just a group of scientists joined Patricia on this topic because she was researching it so deep. And this will be about organism that builds their bodies from calcium. Calcium is everywhere. It's a really important compound in the sea, and many organisms rely on it and build on it. And they could be really big and really small. And this project will showcase all scales of organisms that builds with calcium. And this was also the main topic of our material workshops that were open, but also every group worked on the specific topic with a special group from Brzeźno. So we had workshops for special groups and also open workshops during the whole process, so more people could access. And this group worked with participants with disabilities from a local center. Then we've got a macroalgae group, that's I'm in, and Jacek, and also a group of scientists like Agnieszka Tatarek, Józef Wiktor from Institute of Oceanology. And we are working with school kids, and for this we created a character after a Polish algae called Widlik. Widlik is a very playful character. We only have 2 macroalgae in the Baltic Sea, so it represents quite a wide group of organisms actually. And Widlik is extincted and has many problems, but we transferred him into a persona so we could speak about his issue, what he can do, how does he live in the sea. And this was our way to catch this topic. And then we've got a group that worked on memory. They worked with sea glass, but also this is important that we catch not like a marine scientist, but marine archaeologist who is retired. So he also shares a story of how the seabed looked 50 years ago. We don't have the best pictures or videos from that period from divers in the Baltic, because, you know, there wasn't cameras in Poland for divers in the 70s. So only these people could really tell and show the story of how this change, this biodiversity change happened during the years. And also we have material consultations, open workshops.
I would just like to add that with the Memory of Baltic, the working group for that, so we have already participants with different types of abilities, disabilities, primary school kids, and then for the sea memory, that was seniors. So there is this kind of memory is the theme for that third group. And the whole point of this was also working with lots of different materials, as you can see, and that's what Blanca just wanted to say, which is we also had material consultations.
Exactly.
Yes, to kind of bring it together, and the material consultations were integrated across those 3 working groups, 3 different types of materials, and 3 different types of materials that we can then integrate in those collectively kind of made street art mural things that you're going to see very soon. So yeah, these are the 3 mural themes that we grounded in scientific knowledge. And then we have 3 base materials. Oyster shells, algae, sea glass. You've got quite, like, we've got so many of those pictures, but we've got like 3 that kind of give you a bit of an idea of what we're talking about, and you can have a look at the samples over there. And now we're going to go into a bit more into what people designed and how it looks. Do you want to cover Patricia's one?
Yeah, this is a design about this organism that form the colonies, the housing, the army. The one that relies on calcium and that are extremely fragile due to this acidification of seas and oceans. And this will, every piece is a part of a kind of mosaic, and is done on the workshops with different kind of materials. Shell lime is base for everything, but it will also have incorporated different kind of shells inside to build this microorganism in a bigger scale. And this will be tiled to the surface. Yep.
You can see how it is inspired by the kind of more of an older ways of illustrating the scientific or the species, I suppose. And the work is done with people during workshops, as Blanca said, kind of learning about those species, learning about the history, learning who they are, how they are, what they like, what they don't like, and so on. One little disclosure, it's -20 in Poland right now. So the reason why we don't see actual mural on the wall, because this specific one is still in making, so we've got the bits and the parts, and we've got the how-to, but the wall and is like the box is next to the wall still, if you know what I mean. It still needs to be put on it. That's the second one. That's Jacek's.
And you can see
and yours, because that's the working group.
And you can see the Widlik persona in here, our algae hero that tells many stories. Can you show the more slide? We still didn't pick the final design because we also tried to incorporate school kids into this task, and we collect a lot of pictures that were made by kids, and they tell a story about what the Widlik do. Exactly, we are still picking which part will be designed. This mural will be made with shell white, our brand new paint made with oyster shells, which is a base for almost every mural we create. But also we are using different materials, like this algae-based biomaterial, bioplastic, and also a fish skin. So it will be also like an experiment. If you want to touch it, you can pass it. It's lime-based, so it dries your skin. Yeah, but it's not like super unsafe. You can collect also the sample of shell white if you want. And this will be a really experimental, a really experiment, because one of the kids during the workshop, when we were using bioplastic made from algae to tell the story, asked me how the bioplastic will survive on the wall, because we talked that bioplastics are biodegradable, but they have to meet special conditions like humidity, microorganisms, and warm to decompose. But if we put this bioplastic on the wall, there will be no microorganism, probably not humidity enough and warm at the same point, so it will probably survive. And a child question started this process of putting the algae on the wall. And I don't know how long it will last, but the first biomural we did with Jacek, we did it 3 years ago, and we thought it will last 6 months, and we want to document the process of degradation, and it still doesn't degrade. So we wait for it.
And
4 years.
4 years old.
4 years.
And an important part of this, I suppose, is also the rubbish. Because the problem that Vidlik has got right now is a lot of waste. It doesn't really survive that well next to this stuff. And people during the workshops will work, they worked and, as I said, it's still kind of partially happening, work with lots of different types of waste. So this mural will be actually quite like 3D. It will have lots of different elements made by the community that kind of, from which the Vidlik itself emerges and hopefully conquers them. Yeah. So I think that's like an important part to add, that this is just a layer of it. And then the third one, and that one is on the wall already, is, do you want to talk about Hakowa? Pomeranka. So as another personification, this is a, I need to move. This is a sea goddess, sea creature. And it's already on the wall. At the base for this, oh yeah, Blanca has.
Yeah, this is just the base, and this is actually a piece from the stencil from the mural I took with me, so you can see the real color and the real structure. We did it before the winter happened, and there still will be placed mosaics that were made by seniors. So this will also have another layer. Everywhere where there are these dots, you can see on the table there's also a mosaic made with sea glass during the workshops, and it will be implemented as a common piece, collective artwork.
And because I think this is really good to address it right now, because you might be like, okay, these are really kind of fun and nice, but where is the community part? Where is the community work? So I think it's really important that this space of community, design, artists, who informs what, and sciences is like negotiated. So the results is something that everyone can be proud of, and everyone can kind of point at something that they've done. So we kind of all connect and do things together, recognizing the strengths. So this won't be complete till the very individually made senior mosaics are being placed in those little holes, and then it's a collective piece. Having said that, the paint itself, because this is the shell powdered paint, was done during the community workshop. So the shells were collected and baked and ground into a powder with community. So the very process of creating materials is also participatory. And we're gonna move into that now. So yes, Blanca mentioned a bit earlier that we had 2 different types of formats of workshops. So we've had those ones that are designed for specific demographic, 3 different demographics, and then we had ones that were open to the public that anyone could join and sign up for and just help and play. So we had different types of contributors because of that. Of course, different abilities, school students, seniors, but also just local residents of all ages that wanted to come in, and then artists and marine scientists more broadly. Because as this became a thing and we started doing the outreach, lots of different artists wanted to join and learn about those materials, and lots of different people wanted to come and connect with scientists who maybe weren't part of this project, but scientists wanted to join and see what is going on here. So there were those official kind of connections, but speaking of impact and tracing that, many of those kind of unofficial links and paths that people kind of walked in through.
Yeah, and I feel that this is also like a small but important change, because when we applied for the project, we focused mainly on this co-authorship as a method and on this type of workshop. But this open public workshop showed us a big interest in the topic of new materials, ecology, marine knowledge, and also people who just want to engage somehow, do some change in a different maybe way that this co-authorship program. And this created somehow a community itself, because they came designers, students, artists, scientists, and they started to talk with each other and connect without us even. And this started, I feel like, a little change in also this professional kind of society, which is really good because they will be the ones that they will deliver the results, further. They will take the knowledge they catched on the workshop and they will showcase it and use it further. And this is, I think, the really important also part that we didn't thought about maybe at the beginning that will happen this way.
And also we started in Brzeźno in this small place, and we had people traveling from the entire country, really.
Yeah,
coming
exactly.
to just
People
be like,
come from entire country to
let's
join
play
this
with
workshop.
biomaterials together and figure out how we can kind of... So it started in this very specific place with this very specific set of people, and then we actually, like, we don't really... The impact is a bit of like a butterfly effect, right? Sorry. Okay. We had 5 project modules, and I'm gonna just walk you through this. So first was the construction school, who helped them. We did a collaboration with school kids, construction school. They had oven to be able to bake things in of that kind of type. So we made with them, we collected shells with them, ground those shells, made them into lime plaster, transforming that restaurant waste, because those oyster shells are coming from restaurants, into essentially a building material. So they kind of knew what they were doing, but they were using a different source than usual. And they provided the base material whilst learning about oysters and the sea for, well, this paint, right? That's like the same, because another thing we're going to talk about benefits of this, or like the amazing things that happen, but we've actually managed to produce more, like it's more efficient than we thought, the paint itself. So this is straight from Brzeźno, this paint still. Then we had second module, which is the science consultations and research visits between artists and scientists. We had 5 marine scientists involved directly, 3 different artists, and well, a bit more because it kind of got blurry at some point, but 3 working groups. Then third block was the shells biomaterial. Then 4th was the pop-up, during which we brought school kids together and played with character the Vidlik and the bioplastic. And then we had 5th one, which is sea archaeology, which we covered already a bit. The reason why we're recapping this is because we're going to be talking about them in a bit more detail now, one after another.
Maybe I will try to
you go with
go it quick. This was really cool that we engaged construction school, which we didn't also thought we will engage at the beginning, but they are working with materials and with conservation daily. So we are also using sometimes ancient techniques, really historical materials that we are just reinventing in this social and circular economy. And it's super cool that they can see the new way of producing these materials they know already from school. And I think this was the most important in that workshop, that they already knew what is lime, but they didn't know that you can use shells to make lime. And this is also, I think, cool that this is the group that could transfer this knowledge further. And
actually, that's very much what they're doing right now. I think important thing to mention here, coming back to the panel, is that we got a tiny, like 5,000 euros funding pre-this to work with those, with this group specifically on material innovation in the context of textiles. So we were like, let's talk about fashion in a building school, like in construction school. And it worked really well, but the first round was, they were like quite unsure and it was a bit weird. But when we introduced this, they were already a bit more certain and they already knew what's going on. And it was a bigger project, bigger ask, but they already knew that we're going to be doing something weird and that's fine. And now I know that you, Blanca, just said 2 days ago, this is news for me as well, that they're actually pitching for another project by themselves without us involved for extra funding to do something weird again.
And we started with a year ago with a group of kids that can't leave the smartphone, so it's really great.
That's like when I was doing like a little lecture there, I thought that was very, you were listening.
During the open shells biomaterial workshops, we developed a lot of recipes containing shells based mostly of really ancient knowledge and modern experimentation. Then we ran the pop-up with the algae bioplastic. You can also find a sample on this table. And with the bioplastic, people were telling more stories about the sea. They use this material as a medium to make really different stories.
Yeah, because you can make characters. It's like a paper, like it's like a colorful thing that you can actually really use, like if you used any type of kind of color card or whatever. Do you want to say a bit more about what it's based on? Anyone?
Algae.
Okay, fine. If anyone wants to know more.
And you probably know these ones because you can find them in the beach probably everywhere around the world. And this is also a cool medium that could be transferred all around the world. And with the sea glass, we talk about memory, archaeology, because some of these glasses are even 100 years old. So when we found pieces with a little description or something, we also started to behave like archaeologists, try to think, where does it come from? What was this brick from? This looks like maybe even medieval brick. This is a really old piece of glass that I remember from childhood from some brand. And it was really cool to try to connect this waste with our past and maybe don't see all the pollution and waste we create in this critical manner, but also to do something creative with the safe ones.
And also in a different way, like really learn how to observe. I don't know if any of you went mushroom picking, but it's, I don't know how to, but it's like you develop this like the seventh sense. Like you go like, you know, there's like something really amazing that develops around like consciousness and seeing and being able to really like focus on what's now and what's like under your feet. Like how often do we actually look down, you know, or up for that matter?
This should be like a therapy. It's mindfulness,
totally.
It's yoga, it's everything, it's addictive.
So to connect to that to a sea and have another format which isn't maybe necessarily tactile with your hands. So it's not only about like making things and telling stories. It's really about looking, and it's like all we ask is come for a walk and open your eyes. It's just kind of it's accessible, but also like surprisingly refreshing for many people.
Mm-hmm. And I would also add that this workshop was led by a woman who lived her whole life by the sea, but she didn't go to the sea often. After her husband died, she started to go collecting sea glass also as a therapy, and this becomes a habit, and she started also know more people and stories about marine ecosystem. Yeah. So this is also nice.
And we are almost done, I promise. There are risks and challenges. So the main risk for us were trust building with seniors, because of course to develop those relationships with people that we don't really know, that might often feel, especially with people that are often isolated, unfortunately.
This was a really long process to connect with seniors, to even establish a meeting with a group. It was a lot of walking and talking and calling and messaging. And it was really not easy.
More difficult than what we thought it's going to be, definitely. Yeah. And then another thing was the extreme weather condition that we've already mentioned. We would totally work within the timeline, if not the nature. So
yeah, and this is really funny that we are doing a project also about the climate change, and then the climate change hits you really harsh.
Yeah, yes. And then obviously complexity of the mosaics in scientific context, because the thing is that we have teams of people, especially the art science collaborations, that you go like, you've got 3 interactions and they go like, no, 30, because it's not, the storytelling is so rich and there is so much to choose from and so much to actually tell to the communities or share with the communities and have a conversation about, that there is always a risk of just kind of slurping it into mass of, I don't know what's going on here. So kind of having that flexibility between 3 and 10 sessions when you do a collaboration, rather than 2 and 3 or 3 is really important.
Yeah, we were very flexible, and we were just adding more and more and more and more meetings, because it's really hard to understand these complex problems when you start to talk with scientists.
Good news is that all scientists were super open to it, so there wasn't, no one said, no, I'm done with you. And then we had as we mentioned before, high efficiency of the actual shell material, much more efficient.
Yeah, like I thought we would have to collect 100 kilo of oyster shells to do this project, and we collected 20 kilo, and I still have plenty. I brought 4 liters of paint, and we used half, and I still have a lot of shells everywhere in my workshop, and after baking, these shells are really, really efficient, so you can really create a mural out of a restaurant.
Another thing is that we used oyster shells. That's an interesting part. We use then oyster shells that are coming from restaurants on the Baltic coast. And those oysters are coming from France, they're coming from Britain, they come from Italy, they come from estates all over the world. So you're on a coast and then we're using shells, but doesn't mean, of course, that those shells are from Baltic. So that's a bit of what's going on here, which is also a really nice way to engage with people and really good thing to talk about, right? Because you kind of use this material that you think is local, and then everyone goes, what? And then you kind of have a moment with it.
And it's really a waste because it would never come back to its place. It would never come back to the Mediterranean Sea or the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But because of that, we were looking into what actually is when it comes to shells in the Baltic Sea that could be used, and you were super proud when because there's this. We've created the first precedent setting, so like the precedent setting Baltic mussel purchase, because mussels are in. You talk about this more because you know more.
You know probably mussels, and you eat them probably when they come from Atlantic or Mediterranean Sea, but they are smaller in the Baltic and we don't eat them. I think it's a cultural thing, literally, because we can eat them. My cat ate them. I ate them also. But they are so small, we didn't catch them before and we didn't sell them. And we don't have a habit to eat Polish mules in Poland. We eat the Italian ones or French ones. And I think we did the first legal purchasing of mules, mussels from local fishermen. The same fisherman who is being paid by the government to fish because there's no fish anymore in the sea, but there are mussels. So maybe this is the future of the Polish seafood. We will go back to eating also these small ones that are also quite popular in the Baltic. They are not decreasing, and they are also a bycatch.
Yeah, they call
like they would be already a waste. They would not come back to the environment. So I purchased first legal 20 kilo of mussels from Poland. We need to make dinner.
Yeah. I've not had them.
They taste the same.
Yeah, I wish I could say I've had them and I'm still here, but that's not the case. I've not had them yet. Okay, so strong public engagement, we kind of covered that quite a lot. We had at least 20 participants per session. Sessions were filled up to the brim. There wasn't like really a room for more people. Yeah, very popular. And wide and diverse interest, and we kind of mentioned that also already, that people were traveling not only from Rzeszów, not only from Gdańsk, not only from northern Poland or coastal areas, but just kind of flocked because it was a fun thing to do, I think, as well, and just interesting. And what does this change? We've got new materials, or old materials, really, very old materials brought to the surface in new ways, and kind of
with very new economy. Very social economy.
Within this more of a social, social economy where people actually make materials with us, like in the building school or on the workshops, and then make them into a public art that then they can claim that they created from the material through the contributions, kind of influence the design and work in collaboration with artists and scientists and beyond. We've got marine waste reuse, whether it's local or imported, but we kind of played with both. We've got ocean literacy increase. Well, because main subject during those workshops was obviously like the sea and people's relationship with the sea. Yeah, we can go more into more detail what people actually said, but integrate the intergenerational collaboration. So I think the sea glass was a really nice way in for us. We didn't initially plan to use sea glass. That emerged throughout the process, but it was really, we almost done. But it's done. Yes, it's done. So yes, that was the point, and then that was pretty much the last point, and the last point after the last point is this, which is what we are looking for. We've got these really awesome materials, we've got really engaged communities, we've got really fun, we've done a product.
We didn't expect to at the beginning.
And we know it's, and we know that we all really hate growth, and it's really like we really need to change the system ASAP, but we've done product, and it's a good product, and we really want to.
And you can make it everywhere.
No, but we really.
No, but now we start to think about it. Really, we didn't thought about this at the beginning, but also this course and the whole process showed us the way that maybe we could create some kind of economy around this product, and it's just so simple and accessible everywhere that it could be really pushed in some different creative economy, new ways. And this is something that really is fun for us, I think, for the future.
It would be nice for people to be able to buy just the material or even get a recipe and like kind of learn how to make it, because there are different ways in, right? To be able to carry on making those things, because they're just really pretty, and then we can see how it worked, and we can see that people are very proud of them, and we can see that they're just enjoyable as a process. So if someone can like recreate this, and we can help them and have like a, you know, a thing that helps us beyond grants, beyond those kind of seed investments, carry forward. So we have like a funding that comes from paint that links to making things happen with the communities, and it becomes this like a self-perpetuating thing that we, thank you very much for the funding because it was awesome, but we don't need to rely on it. That would be really great. And that's like, that's it. And that's Baltic now.
Thank you very much. I think that you can maybe follow some formulas like open source. You know, just keep open the receipt, but if you want to do it, just sell it. I mean, yeah, but it's nice. I mean, it's a nice idea. Okay, let's move to the next. Now we are darker. Just kidding. This is the last one. Then we will open the demo sessions, and remember that at 5:30. We will have our colleagues from Open Arms, and we will have the documentary from Open Arms, okay, if you want to stay.
Thank you.
Who?
Hello, how's our energy?
Not that high.
Okay. Hi, my name, we're gonna just, some of you might have noticed our video playing in a kind of maximalist version in situ back here. Since we have this fantastic screen, we are going to take advantage of this to play the video because it's not documentation, but in fact is a research tool in and of itself. So my name is Benjamin Gertis. I'm an artist and artistic researcher, And I wanted to introduce the team, and then we'll say a couple words, and then play the video and speak after that. And it's 12 minutes long. If anyone is triggered by loud noises, there are some. Warning. Yeah, you can. In our process, we also try not to speak on behalf of others. So please introduce yourselves.
Yes. Hi. My name is Felicia, part of the team. I've come. Well, I guess now I will speak a bit for the both of us. Me and Benj came to this project having worked with issues concerning logistics and labor organizing in logistics. So we've always been very interested in the impact, both socially and ecologically, of the massive kind of transportation system that shapes our coastlines and the ports, and not just ports like this, but obviously commercial ports are one of them. And dredging is part of that.
So we saw this call, and we should be very clear, it's fantastic to see all these other groups and all the activity going on. Very happy to be here. But this was a chance for us to test a new collaboration. And I had met Henrik, we're all Stockholm-based in some sense, and I knew that he had this research interest in dredging and also an interest in filming. So we want to say that in terms of the art-science conversations going on earlier, we all have dissolved that boundary a little bit. We've all participated in different aspects of this project equally, even though on paper maybe I'm the artist and Henrik is the scientist. We're trying to model a more nuanced hybridity. So, but we reached out to you, we cold called you and said, hey, and this was a chance for us to test something out. So
very briefly before we start the film. So I'm Henrik Ernstson. I work as a professor in environmental science at the Institute of Technology in Stockholm. Also political ecologist, and I've been doing a lot of research on post-colonial urbanism and politics of knowledge in post-colonial cities. I worked for a long time in South Africa. Back in Stockholm, I was also working before in New Orleans, where we discovered dredging as this continuous activity that we will talk more about. So we won't get into that now. Let's get into our to the video then.
Yes, and we wanted to just explain, before we show the video, the project is called Art of the Dredge. And to kind of make an intervention into the conversation earlier, what we see is there's a kind of anticipated aesthetic offered by industry, by the state, that is a way of making sense of things like the seas, ocean literacy. It's modeled for people already, and that's a kind of aesthetic that already is in public view in a certain sense. And so what we have done is tried to make a kind of counter aesthetic from below. So when we say Art of the Dredge, we actually are using artistic tools to, in a community-based way, try to generate a different sort of aesthetic to allow people to relate to these things differently. So that's the framing of Art of the Dredge, and we will come back in 12 minutes. And Marina, please play the video. Every day, dredge ships excavate huge volumes of sediment and mud from rivers and bays to standardized depths for ships to access ports. Dredging has a long human history, but the rise of maritime shipping for cheap transport across large distances made dredging central to the world market.
the shipping of food, textiles, electronics, and cars, alongside coal, gas, oil, iron, and steel. Our lives rest on the moving of mud to create standardized depths. But removing sediment from waterways is only half of the story. It all has to go somewhere. Either moved to make beaches, shape levees, create storm barriers, land for housing or industry, or dumped at sea. This shapes landforms and seafloors and alters hydrology and ecology. Dredging impacts aquatic life and fisheries. Here are some examples of how the dredging industry presents their work. See if you can spot a difference from the footage we have already shown.
We need maritime infrastructure to connect communities on every continent and help them prosper.
Luleå is a port city in the far north of the Baltic Sea, planning a major dredge project. The EU and Sweden planned rare earth minerals processing and so-called green transition industries at the site. port expansion in Luleå is called Malmporten, the ore portal. Planned since 2012, with a budget of 800 million euros, the depth of 11 meters will be dredged to 16. Ships 240 meters long can enter the port for the first time. Most sediment will be dumped at sea. The rest will make new land for industry in the expanding port. Polluted sediments will be placed on land or sunk into a deep hole in the waters of the archipelago and covered.
Over the last 150 years, the Luleå port grew outwards into the archipelago for industrial and extractivist expansion, paying for salaries and welfare reforms. But how far and deep will the dredger go? What matters, for whom and for what, in the dark green waters of the Baltic Sea?
The port has held public information meetings, but broader community voices remain largely outside the frame. So we organized public workshops in Luleå to raise questions and add new perspectives to the smooth pictures already offered by industry and local authorities. The artwork and questions in the next section were created from these community voices.
Who are we living among dredges?
What is life like on the seabed?
How is the living room of the Arctic isopod decorated?
On which ice floe does the seal pup eat its breakfast?
Who waters the eelgrass?
Will the boat snail gain a few more square meters to live on?
Where do the bream's bottom-dwelling creatures go?
At what hour does the vitmäla go to bed?
Where will the roe of the seeklöja hibernate?
How many diatom bones will be buried in the graveyard of the deep hole?
Who harvests the freshwater sponge?
Does the trumpet snail play in tune with the rumble of the dredge?
Can the girl still go fishing in the same bay? How far will the lady swim?
Spring for the seeklöja might be summer for the salmon. Sometimes a week makes the difference of a lifetime.
Where does the sea begin? And where does it end? How far out, how high up the river will the old sins of the seabed drift?
Can currents be controlled? Where will they go when the underwater valleys grow?
Can we choose what spreads through the water column? The heating planet combines with the hot water from industrial waste.
What happens when the water is both warm and murky?
Follow the sea inland through the river and you encounter more industries laying claim to it. The mountain is the mother of the sea, but will the salmon find its way upstream through the dredging silt?
A looming cloud over the city of the midnight sun. How much more can this place bear?
After the first dredge, there was no salmon around Luleå. Will it be 4 years without fish? Or 24?
Can fish be born in the sludge? Where will our children go swimming? How will I pay my bills if the season is over before it has begun?
The task of the dredger is to
The
carve
task
a
of the
straight
dredger is to
line.
carve a straight line.
But
The task of the
nature's
dredger
path
is
is
to
never
carve a
straight.
straight line.
The
But
passing
nature's
years
path
coil
is never straight.
The task of the dredger is to carve a straight line, but nature's path is never straight.
The
Passing years coil into a spiral of seasons, and there are as many seasons as there are fish
there are
sea.
many
species,
Fish
as there are
many
fish.
in the
seasons
sea.
as there are fish in the sea.
The full credits are on display back there. We can, I mean,
We can go back to the presentation. So now we thought we would, now you've seen, I have this.
okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So now we thought we would give you a bit more contextualization how we've been kind of working with also the community engagement that we've had with several different kinds of stakeholders. And also show a bit of that material that we've been building upon. So this is also part of a wider research project that I'm involved in, which has combined together with Benjamin and Felicia in this work, Art of the Dredge. So dredging, as you could see in this video, is kind of, you can say, it's spade work. It's really very, it's a big spade, and that's how it starts. And if you trace dredging back to one of its origin, or dredge capital, where does this big ships come from? It's to the Belgian and Dutch kind of deltaic landscapes of the Rhine-Meuse Delta. And in Dutch you say bagger. So the bagger is the bag, is kind of the way that you lived with water. And it has this, but it's turned into these massive kind of different kinds of spade work, of digging, as we saw here, and what will be mostly used in Luleå in the north, but also these suction dredgers that are like a vacuum cleaner, basically, on the bottom of the floor of the sea. It has a very long history that we mentioned. There's some really interesting histories of dredging where one of the origin to kind of these biggest dredge companies that exist in the world today can be traced back to the Rhine-Meuse Delta, where families started to weave huge, what they call vaccine mattresses, or willow mattresses, that was woven into these massive structures that was sunk into the canals to try to sustain the silt, so you don't get more dredge falling into or more materials falling back into the canal that you have built. And these vaccine mattresses, kind of woven by willow trees, the delta where these were growing was dominated by some families that were in that day called willow barons. So this is back in the 1600s. But then, and they started to sell this as a product. So that's part of the capital accumulation model of selling these services of shaping canals and maritime transport, which of course was very foundational for Dutch enterprise, and also there's connection of colonial enterprise that hinges upon opening up ports in the world. So dredging has always been there, playing kind of the second fiddle of expanding the market, the world market more broadly. It acts on a planetary scale today. This is one image of the evolution of ships, and one of my colleagues, they studied the expansion of the Panama Canal in 2014 to 2016. Now we have ships called Neo-Panamax, which are even wider, and therefore you can fill them with more stuff, so they sink deeper, and the canal then makes possible bigger and bigger ships that crosses the oceans.
So now there's been a race for the last 5-6 years in different ports in the world to expand them to fit even larger sizes of ships. And the one that we've been studying in Luleå is, the plan is to be able to let so-called Baltic Max ships into the Luleå port. So as was mentioned in the film, some 240 meters long, which has been pushed by partly the state-owned iron ore company in the north of Sweden, LKAB. Back in 2012, they saw the chance because you know, in the north of Sweden, you have it's called the isal rebound. So the land is rising because of the ice age. So the ports become shallower because of that, but also because of sediments coming down the river and filling them up. So something had to be done if they wanted to keep the port open, which then called into being this project where this iron ore company saw the chance of expanding and intensifying their own extraction, and then to expand this port. Just to mention before we move on is that this dredge material that they plan to dredge is some 14 million cubic meters of what the industry call dredged material, which is of course bottom sediments and living materials that is picked up. So most of what is red here will be this is where they're going to dump, but the green here is where they're going to the plan is to dredge and move up the sediments. In the inner harbor, you also find polluted sediments from old industrial activities, but also colors or kind of paint that you have on boats and ships that have been scraped off. So you find heavy metals, arsenic, and other stuff that falls into this. And so part of this, and it's a smaller share that will be taken care of, as the project says, and moved into the port where they're expanding the port, but also that requires special treatment and dump in what's called a deep hole in the archipelago. A deep hole that was actually left by previous dredging activity to expand the port. So this is the situation. And of course, there's, as we mentioned also in the film, has both social and environmental implications. But as the dredge industry, when you listen to the dredge industry, they say two things. Dredge or die, they say to the port. If you don't dredge, the big ships won't come in and you will lose business. So that's one. And the other one is we dredge because it doesn't work. So when you dredge and deepen channels, you open up bigger surface kind of under the water to sea currents. So it falls back in again. So after a while, after 5, 6 to 10 years, you need to come back and dredge again. So this is a continuous infrastructural kind of activity and work that is going on across the world in order to keep this kind of trade and trade-based modernity alive. So with that, participatory.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm going to talk a little bit about the process for making the film and the workshops and the methods that we were using. So here's just some pictures of workshops we had in Luleå. But we had several steps to the project. And the goal of the project, like we started saying in the introduction, is to explore dredging, which is both an under-researched and often unseen, but still massive, gargantuan even, environmental process. And doing this through multisensory and a multimedia form of ocean literacy. So the first step of the project for us was to gather the kind of base material, so primarily video and audio material. So that's reaching out to dredging companies, asking if we can come film with them, speaking to them about the industry, and then we were also able to film with an anti-dredging activist in the Stockholm area, who's not in the film, but it was very informative for the project and the workshop. It created a kind of dialogue between the two places. Then we also went up to Luleå. So well, it's supposed to be second step. It says two times, but to partner with organizations and groups that we thought would be interested, particularly in the workshops. So that included, nature conservation societies, sport fishers, local small-scale fishers, residents of organizations that live by the area of the port that are more impacted by the dredging, and all of the, I think Henrik mentioned it, but the dredging also entails a huge kind of industrial expansion of the port area. So it just entails more traffic, more boats, more of everything. And then the third step was the workshopping aspect, where we share the audio and video materials that we had generated collaboratively, and then use the workshops and discussions that we had through them to script this film and create common visual representations as well as musical reflections. I think you saw in the credits that all of the music that you hear in the film is created by a group, Hey Främling, or Hello Stranger, which works specifically with newly arrived, as we say in Sweden, or migrant in Luleå, which was a very nice addition to the work. And I don't think I'm going to go into too much more detail, but basically the process that we tried to use, or the method we tried to use in the workshops, was an iterative one, trying to balance between information. I mean, dredging is difficult to talk about because when you say it, people don't know what it is. So it's a topic that needs introduction, and we had to give some facts. We also had to introduce the Malmporten project, which even in Luleå many people are actually not aware of, or they're not, like really aware of what it entails. But then trying to create a more immersive experience by showing the video material that you also showed. We also listened to the music pieces that were created in the workshops, which really created a different type of space and for more reflection. And then we used this in between the different stages to kind of try to, with the participants, use also creative and visual methods to represent feelings and ideas. Yes. And the outcomes that some of what you saw in the movies and the reflections that occurred were, really rich and a wide range. So it included everything from personal reflections about personal attachment and relationships to the particular place where dredging in Luleå will occur. It included general ecological concerns as well as particular ones connected to livelihood and access to the ocean. So for example, what you heard in the video about how the salmon will be affected, dredging impacts sea currents, all of these things that, especially in speaking with the people like the fishermen, they, with their kind of, very place-based knowledge, were really able to provide interesting reflections on this. And then on a broader scale, there was this connection in the groups as well, moving from the local to how it's connected to both the regional and national politics of Sweden and international planetary scales. But of course, it was also a way to draw attention to forgotten creatures that live on the seafloor. So not just the fish or the seal, but the little things on the seafloor that are often very vital in the food system of bigger sea creatures. And here, participants also had a really wide range of associating to them. Some of them knew them very well as part of the food web of, for example, fish that they were hunting. Other ones, encountered them for the first time and had interesting reflections. And all of this, like I said, ended up in a collective scripting methodology that was kind of inspired by a gradual build-up, just like sediment, which I will let Benj speak more about. And then we've also shown this film in a pre-screening and discussed it with science scholars and artists to get input on how to develop it further.
Oh, okay. I'm aware of time, so let's see. Okay, so as I said in the beginning, we really saw this video as a way of bringing some examples of both dredging in sites. So the things you see in the back here and in the video are actually in a canal in a place about an hour from Stockholm called Södertälje. So we filmed there, then we took those to Luleå and said, hey, here's what's coming, but on a larger scale. And we also took some of the industry representations you saw in the video, and that was part of the workshop. So Henrik presenting and us saying, these are the other visual materials, these are, and I think that presenting existing sort of materials that were in circulation on YouTube or public advertising, and then also conducting this immersive work that was intended to be a contrast, was one way to set up a very fast dialogue between people. And so we had these three strands of mediation, like the field work that involved this underwater camera and this very, as you heard, very sort of visceral noise that makes the fact that this is actually a very violent and messy activity very sensible, right? It's very perceivable that this is going on. It's not just a smooth sweeping of the ocean floor. So we did that, and we did these sort of absurdly soundtracked ads, right? That and then the third step was kind of this more open response to these and saying like, well, what's missing, right? And that became a place for both what I would call polyvocality, like multiple voices in the space, whereas we see this sort of planning and industry narrative being like a singular, one narrative, one future, one set of priorities, and also polylocality, right? That these complex global systems obviously have contours, they have differences, and even when we started to map people's sort of relationships in terms of living, working, recreation, family life within the port, that there were many different pockets of different geographic knowledge, different relationship to place, right? So to sort of find within these very smooth and broad kind of representations a much more nuanced and specific set of interactions that may or may not totally cohere into something else, but a set of questions, right? And I think that's what we were trying to generate, is to raise questions that were not already part of the conversation. And then on a kind of visual perspective, we also got quite interested in using non-human sensory perspectives. So going underwater, looking up at the crane, and sort of all of these different angles as a way to sort of really think about what these machines are doing and the impact it has. And we got a lot of feedback that that was a sort of new and novel way to approach this that people had not encountered before, and that led to more dialogue about this than was previously happening. Oh, we have another slide. Yes, okay, and then thinking about sedimentation as a sort of geological process and something that was being interacted with, we thought that aesthetically we had to develop something that also dealt with sedimentation. And so I've discussed these a little bit, but the renderings from industry, there's sort of no life on the seabed floor. I think it's just, the seabed is just kind of this neutral space to be kind of dug up. And the same, sort of the opposite being these very haptic encounters of putting the camera in the water. But then we also felt like if we're talking about a kind of geological sedimentation, what we could do in a kind of audiovisual space would be to play a little bit with layering of image. So putting the artwork back on these shots of industry, putting some voices on top of that. So using a sort of visual sedimentation as a way to play with this kind of sedimentation as something that's already in all of our lives, whether we want it to be or not. Yeah.
It's nice to note also, I think we forgot to say this, the winter image that you're seeing, it's filmed from the ice, like the port, but kind of from the area where some of the dredging will occur. So it's, yeah.
So we're actually standing on the sea to film it's frozen over. So
yeah. Yeah, we drove the car on it was very exciting.
Next steps.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, we first of all, we're very thankful that we were able to be, you know, part of this. It's, you know, it's been for us, it's been like initiation, you know, to start working together, and we hope to be able to take this further. So that's what we planning. Already now we will go and visit these groups again in Luleå and to organize a public exhibition. Continue working with the stakeholders and the music group, the fisher folks, and also having meetings with the Port of Luleå and the state planning department around these things. They've showed, you know, I've been doing my fieldwork interviewing for this case study, and I've had conversations with the Port of Luleå and also with the State Planning Authority. But it's not been easy for them to open up their archives and these kinds of things. But when we were organizing this, they got in contact, you know, maybe we should get together. And we made a little splash in the local news. So, you know, it's interesting how these things work out. And also at my university, we will have an exhibition as well, which is in Stockholm, which also had its round of dredging and a conflict in the archipelago. There's another huge dredging project ongoing in Gothenburg as well. So these are things that are present, and then we will also have presentation screening and academic conferences. And we're planning on developing a proposal for an art and humanities grant. So, you know, finally, we're very thankful for being part of this and also seeing how other people have been working longer with it and really developing more material. So it's been of great inspiration to be here today.
Yes. Yeah. We're also just
Wait.
sorry. No. One last thing that we were very excited about. One of these major dredging, we saw the Boskalis, which is one of the big dredging companies, were in your video.
In the cement fabrication or concrete, yeah.
So they're everywhere.
Which is a very brief segue to say it's been really interesting to see all the other projects, and there are points of commonality between them. I know there have been meetings early on, but even though the sort of this phase is formally over, we at least would be very happy to kind of develop connections and keep that network and some of those commonalities in conversation. So it's, yeah, exactly. So it's nice to meet all of you here today.
Very nice.
Yeah. Okay.
No, the idea is now we have 45 minutes now for taking a coffee.
Yeah, all right.
45. No, for going to the different exhibitions to do these connections that you were talking about, and at 5:30 we will start with the open arms screening. Okay, but I recommend you, for those that were not there in the virtual reality, also go there now to ask you with the content there in the pictures and everything. And Carolina, want to say something?
So, guys, PAIs, for those of you who know, just a second, very important, you have 1 week left until the end of your project, officially, okay? Hopefully you will sustain the outputs further, but please, for those of you who have not yet uploaded photos and videos, the high quality ones, you know who you are, okay? Do it as soon as possible, please, because we need them and we should have had them today, okay? So please do it, and some of you have really nice video, documentary, and so on, and it's a shame that we didn't have